The mother thought, being a progressive woman, she thought through all this gender politics that are going on in the country, and after much thinking, she said both. Then the boy went into deep thought. After some time, he came back and asked, Mama, is God black or white? You know, in the previous election, they tried to settle this issue. Because racial politics is a very big thing. She thought through all the racial politics that are going on in the country. After much thinking, she said both. Then the boy went into profound thought. After much thinking, he came back and asked, Mama, is God straight or gay? She thought through all the politics concerned with that aspect of life, and she said both. Then the boy jumped in joy, I got it, it's Michael Jackson. I don't know how you arrived at yours. You must understand, this is a godless culture. In this culture, we always told you, your life is your karma. Yes or no? You've forgotten? In this culture, we always told you, your life is your karma. This means your life is your making. There's nobody managing you from there. Your life is entirely your karma. You are tall, you are short, you are capable, you are incapable, you can do something, you cannot do something. We say, your karma. We've been telling you forever, your life is entirely your making. But this we have turned it into something else, and now we are also start looking up, Upperwala. You're all engineering students, you tell me, is this planet round or flat? Really? It's round? Some of you saying no, let's go. Is it a round planet, I'm asking you? Yes. Is it spinning? So, you are not even on the North Pole, you are at this Chennai. Here, if you look up and the planet is spinning, you are inevitably looking up in the wrong direction. Hello? You don't even know which is up. In this cosmos, do you know which is up and which is down? Hello? Is it somewhere marked this side up? Can you ever figure out which side is up in this cosmos? No. Then you're looking up at what? When you do not even know what is up, how do you know who is up? Who is up? Does it mean to say, I created the universe? No. Obviously, before you and me came, everything was here, isn't it? So now, you must at least say, I really don't know. The problem is, somebody is a theist, somebody is an atheist. They are not different people, just different clothing, same nonsense. One person believes what he does not know in a positive way, another person believes what he does not know in a negative way. Both of them are believers of something that they do not know, isn't it? What is the problem with the human being? That you cannot admit, I do not know? It's so wonderful of you, so human of you to say, I do not know, isn't it? If you do not know, if you realize that you truly do not know, your intelligence will be always alert, it never sleeps. Always, every moment of your life. Even in your sleep it will stay awake if you realize, I truly do not know. This believing has made you just eat pongal and, just become lethargic. The world has become lethargic. When I say lethargic, not physically, intelligence has become lethargic because they believe something. Everybody believes some nonsense. Can we be straight enough? The youth of this nation, I'm asking you, the youth of this nation, are we straight enough to say what I know, what I do not know, I do not know. Is this okay with you? The youth of India, I'm asking you.
Who are we talking about? Nnamdi, Kanu, that's the same person we're all talking about. And who are we talking about? We're talking about the leader of the Biafra movement, the leader of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. He's remarkably similar to Nelson Mandela in that his charismatic approach to securing freedom for his people, advocating for peace, and advocating for self-determination, the nation of Biafra, which used to exist. It existed for a great many years, centuries indeed, and then when the British came in, it was absorbed into the protectorate of Nigeria, and then it came into being in the late 60s during the Biafran War, as those of you who may remember. A particularly noteworthy event which witnessed among the first and worst horrors of starvation and harm to civilians, the likes of which we had never seen, which amounted to essentially a genocide of the Igbo people. So when we say Biafran...
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you via Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 29th day of July 2023. Tata bo bochafo. Tata bo Saturday. Ya mere na asiko onye obuna onabiana. Welcome to this hallowed platform where we preach the gospel of emancipation. The gospel of both physical and mental freedom. Because you cannot have a genuine physical freedom without, first of all, mental emancipation. That is what precedes the physical or genuine physical emancipation. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers. Even do not deny your enemies to or listening to this hallowed platform, because this is where we are gathering. This is where we gather. This is where we worship. Therefore, our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He is still in the enemy dungeon. Despite being released, discharged by the Nigerian courts, appeal court, but Nigeria being a banana republic, they say no. They don't. The Nigerian executive, the Nigerian government does not obey the court order. They don't even obey their own law. That is the most absurd part of it. Very, very sad indeed. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been released, discharged and acquitted on the 13th day of October 2022 by the Nigeria Appeal Court, a court of competent jurisdiction. But until today, up till now, the Nigerian government said no to the judgment because it didn't favor them. Now, I ask, if they are unable to obey the court order or court decision, why then taking somebody to the court? Do you see where we get them? When you know that you cannot obey the court decision, why taking somebody to the court? Where there are some decisions you will not allow, you will not obey. Is there any rationality on it? In this this is what we preach here. Critical thinking is needed. Because when you know that you cannot obey the court decision or some certain court decision as long as it didn't favor you, there is no need of taking somebody to the court. But up to date, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still there, despite being released by the court, competent courts, Nigerian courts. We defeated them in their own courts, in their own court of law. Because self-determination is legal, even in the Nigerian law. Nigerian constitution, it allows it. Now, why detaining somebody? It becomes extrajudicial, incarceration. Because on that fateful day, on the 13th day of October, the appeal court, the Nigerian appeal court, not only discharged and acquitted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but they made sure they put a verdict that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should never be tried in any Nigerian court again. What is happening today? Executive lawlessness. These are the people that want people to be law abiding. Oh, be law abiding, oh, but they are not law abiding. That is what I'm telling you people. We are in a feudal system in Nigeria. Forget about what they are. When you hold the passport, it says it's written there Federal Republic of Nigeria. No, there is nothing federal, neither republic in that zoo called Nigeria. Nothing like that. We are the Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate has succeeded through the backing of Britain to impose feudal system in that zoo, giant African zoo called Nigeria. And that is why we are agitating to move out of that enclave. Because we are Republicans by nature. Genuine Republicans. Not all these European imposed fake democracy they are imposing on Africa. No. Genuine. It is in our DNA. Our nomenclature is Republicanism. How can you teach me my own thing? My own lifestyle. Now you start teaching me. It's impossible. So, what you are seeing in Nigeria is a feudal system whereby few lords, few nobles, lords are the ruling upon the whole massive peasants. Do you understand? Landlord versus squatters system. That is it. That is why we are trying to restore our organic nation, where we can practice our system by ourselves, where we can hold our destiny with our own hands, where we can be in charge of our future, not what they are imposing on us. Do you see how Nigeria is? No, Igbo men are not they are not qualified enough in order to hold the positions in Nigeria. No, they are not qualified enough. But we are making waves all over the world, in every other country in the whole world. But in Nigeria, we are not qualified enough. Do you see that? They are dealing with us and they accept it. They know. They know. Go and listen to Kunle versus Alhaji leaked conversation. They said they know that they are dealing with the Igbos. That every Nigerian policy is against the Igbos' progress. It's crystal clear. Therefore, they now make progress, political progress for Igbo Biafrans to be, one of the criteria to progress politically is to sell and kill your own people. It becomes a norm in our land. But we must continue what we are doing, because it is either Biafra or Biafra. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to today. Forget about what is happening. Leave the dead to bury their own dead. Because me, I don't comment on all those charades. You know, all those charades, I don't comment on it. Leave the dead to bury their own dead. We must be focused. That is it. We must be focused. Now, let them be revealing what they have been, their secret dealings, how they have been betraying IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, how they have been working towards making sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains perpetually in jail, not coming out. We are watching them. Leave them. Let them continue. Let the dead bury their own dead. That's it. Therefore, today, being Saturday, Obochafo, we are here in another edition of our religious discussions. Because we will never shy away from it. Do you understand? They have pressured Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in order to stop. Don't dive into religion. Don't talk about it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say you can never talk about Biafra without discussion of religion. It's impossible, because it is interrelated. That road they use in conquering us, it is the same road we are going to take in order to relieve ourselves, to deliver ourselves from the conquest, from the hook of colonialism. Do you understand me? That is what we are doing. And that is why today I'm going to talk about the topic, the legacy of slavery and colonialism. Do you understand me? The legacy of slavery and colonialism. Before I continue, there is one clip I want to play, because that is what also gave me the inspiration of this topic. I want to play that clip. Let me check. I think I can see it. Let me see it. So, before I continue, we are seeing what is happening even in Nigeria Republic. I'm watching where they see Minister of what minister is it? Minister of Finance of Nigeria Republic. He was given few, whether 48 hours to make account of his financial spendings. Otherwise, he will face a firing squad, and he burst into tears. He started crying because he know that there is nothing like accountability. That is who the West are supporting. That is who America. That is, these people are playing to the benefits of Europe and America. They don't care whether people are dying, people are perishing. They come to the television and they come to the media and play lip service. Do you understand? But in the real essence, they are dealing with Africans. I mean America. I mean the Europeans. They don't care about our lives. Our lives never matter to them. So, do you understand me? Onye ajro ajo adajo onwenya. You understand me? That is why we must continue in what we are doing. In this mental liberation. The clip I wanted to play, I cannot see it. I've forgotten where I put it. Honestly speaking, but we must continue. We must continue. The legacy of slavery and colonialism. That is the topic of our discussions today. Just hold on some few seconds. Let me see. I wanted really to play this, honestly speaking. I don't know why I didn't just put it. Let me see. Please just hold on. Draw nearer to your listening devices, because is going to be as usual, please. We should learn from each other. We must learn from each other. Here is our rallying point. Therefore, there is no going back. The most important part of this restoration is, yes, I've seen what I'm looking for. Please let me play it. Let me play it. Let me play it. Just listen, please.
Why is it that we are unable to come together and speak our truth and demand that what needs to be done must be done? It's because they defeated us where it matters the most, which is the mind.
We must come together to speak our own truth. You know, there are many truths out there. You understand? What we are speaking for the meantime is their truth. I want people to understand. We are speaking their own truth, not ours. And we allow people to formulate what they deem our own truth and sell it to us. No. We must take responsibility in order to speak our own truth. Do you understand? When you see a Biafran, a black man, taking all his standard of morality, of righteousness from a book that is being brought by the Arabs, by the Europeans, you know that it is a program. You understand me? Which means before the coming of these people, before the introduction of this book, like in the form of Bible came to our land in 1857. I should say in Biafra land. Do you understand? Which means before that time, we were immoral set of people. We don't know the good or the bad. We don't know that sleeping with your brother's wife is evil. We don't know that killing is evil. Let us be wise, please. When you see a Biafran quoting everything he does, he quotes, and the book of Matthew say, which means he is standard. He forgot that before this thing came, that we have known the good and the bad and the evil. We have been existing. We have been worshiping Chukwokeke. Which means we are telling their own truth. We should tell our own truth by ourselves. But why is it so? Because of the colonization of the mind. Our brain is colonized. That is it. That is why when they ask you, for example, you pick somebody's money. For example, let me give you an example. You pick somebody's money, and you return it to the person. Maybe 1 million naira. As an Igbo man, as an Ejo man, as a Biafran, you carry the money, you say, who is the owner of this money? Or telephone, let me say telephone. And the owner, you start dialing the owner of the telephone, or the owner started calling you, and you pick. And you say, please come and collect your phone. The person will be happy. Where are you? He say, I'm here. You give him the address of where you are. Okay. He said, please help me. Help me with the phone. He said, no, don't worry. Now when he comes to meet you, you give him back his phone. He asks you, but why didn't you take it? He said, no, because I'm a Christian. You know, that is the white supremacy complex you have. That is why you say, I am righteous because I'm a Christian. Which means, if you are not a Christian, as an Igbo man, as a Biafran of origin, that you are evil. That is what it means. Do you understand? No, you know, I'm good because I'm a Christian. No, you got it wrong. You are diminishing yourself and us as a people. You have to say, no, you know, I'm a Biafran, I'm an Igbo man, I'm an Ejo man. It is in our culture to be good. It is in our tradition not to steal. Not to tell the person, to justify your righteousness because of you have been being Christianized, which means you are, confirming the facts that without Christianity we are all demons. Is that not what you are saying indirectly? Let us be wise. Continue listening, please.
It started with the missionaries in Africa long before slavery. They were sent by the Roman Catholic Church to subdue the Africans, make them believe that when you get slapped, turn the other cheek, and that your riches are in heaven. So by the time they followed with the colonizers to reap and rape Africa, we were already brainwashed. We were meant to believe everything African was bad and undesirable, and everything European was better.
Of course. When you say no, why are you so good? Why are you so nice? You say no, because I'm a Christian, because I'm a Muslim. You are demonizing yourself. You don't know what you're doing. Let us understand that there are some things we do that indirectly we are putting ourselves in a bottle without you knowing it. When you do something good, the person that you did it with, no, why you? No, because I'm a Christian. Oh no, I'm an Allah, I'm a Muslim. You are diminishing yourself and Africans in general, telling us that, look, it is them that brought us, it is the Arabs and the Europeans that brought us righteousness, that we were murderers before they came, that we were rapists before they came, that we were very bad, horrible set of people before they came. The way they portrayed us as evil, you are confirming it. We should stop all this. There are things you do. No, I don't have to lie. I'm a Christian. You are, let me not use B word or F word on you. You are ignorant. Tell the person, I am doing it because I am an Igbo man. I am a Nigerian man. It is in our tradition that we don't steal people's property. It is our culture. So why should I do that? Oh, are you a Christian or a Muslim? No, it doesn't. Don't judge me through that, please. I said it is in our culture, and the African culture that trains us not to be evil. That is it. And the case closed. Even that person will go with another type of knowledge, another type of food for thought. But when you say no, I'm giving you back your food. You say why? You say I'm a Christian. I'm a Muslim. You are telling the person that, look, you are confirming the fact that, look, we as Africans, we are a horrible set of people. It is Christianity that came and make us to be good. That is what you are portraying to yourself and to the person without knowing it. Do you understand? Remember the legacies of slavery and colonialism. Everything European is good. Everything about us is very bad. That is what you confirm with your involuntary actions and inactions. That is it. That is it. Continue listening.
And the same brainwashing continued as our children were taken out of Africa enslaved. It continued on the plantations, color gradations, light skin versus dark skin, field workers versus kitchen workers. To this day, we suffer from the legacy of slavery and the legacy of colonization. For how long are we going to continue to suffer from this affliction?
For how long shall we continue suffering from these legacies of slavery and colonialism? This woman, this bright woman, is asking a very pertinent question. That is why I want to recordate it in our discussion as I continue waiting for our brother Kene, but we must continue. The legacies of slavery and colonialism, which we are suffering till today, we continue it. You know the example I gave to you. You might take it as no, it's absurd, but it is the reality. When you do something good, they ask you, why do you do it? No, I'm a Christian now. I'm a born again Christian now. I'm a Muslim. Allah say, you use foreigners' standard, which means you are belittling and demonizing, us as a people, black race, that it is them that came to teach us to be good and to be bad, or to be bad. It is them. Do you understand me? It is them. That is what you are insinuating. Do you understand me? But you don't know because you are ignorant. Before the advent of white people, let me tell you, the white man came first in Africa, in the shores of West Africa. Let me put it like that. Because they have been coming to Africa, North Africa, right from even BC. You understand? More than 2,000 years back, they have been coming to Africa and doing businesses. But when they started coming to West Africa, doing businesses in West Africa, we have been there. We have been a people. We have been interacting with ourselves. We have been settling cases. Our ancestors, they have been governing, because without governance, there wouldn't have been something like you or I, because they would have eaten themselves raw. Our ancestors would have eaten themselves into extinction, and there would be nobody to born you and I. Do you understand? But as a community, as a people, they have been existing. They have been having different communal clashes like others, settling their cases, maintaining law and order in the communities, writing and doing works and all what may, as every other community have been doing during their time. But it's a pity that today, out of ignorance, we are putting their standard, which they brought to us less than 200 years back, as our own standard, as a mirror to look at, to judge ourselves, you know, because of ignorance. When you continue quoting, you are validating the point that they are superior to us. That is what you are quoting. That is what you are validating without knowing it. Because you cannot tell me that everything you say, but the Bible say, and this and that. No. Instead of you using our proverb, our culture and tradition in order to defend everything, as we human beings, now you are using a standard of being brought to us not less than 200, not up to 200 years back. Let us remove ourselves from this mental cage. Now, as I said, I'm talking about the legacy of slavery and colonialism. As we know, slavery is a condition in which one human being was owned by another. Are you hearing me? We all know about slavery. Igbo, Ohu, in Igbo language, than Odibo. Odibo is a servant. Odibo. A servant is not a slave. You pay your servant, or a do Odiboge. Either you pay him monthly or at the end of 4, 5, 6 years, depending on the contract. That is Odibo. It's different from Ohu. Slave is a property in a house. It doesn't have no right. The master of a slave can decide if he is in a bad humor, he can decide to just put a knife in order to make himself happy. He can kill the slave in the most horrible way, and the cry of that slave will now make the slave master happy. These are things that were practiced by Europeans against Africans, but they are the people that brought us a standard of morality. Sometimes I look at this world, I say, no, this world is mysterious. People that kill us, they killed us. They use us as farm animals. They did everything against us. They feed our newborn babies. They use it feed to crocodiles. They value crocodiles in their farm, in their aquarium, more than our lives. But after they brought us a standard of morality, don't you see that there is something horribly wrong? Not in their brain, but in our own brain. I'm telling you, in our brain, we need to decolonize our brains. So, as we know, slavery is a condition in which one human being is owned by another. A slave was considered by law as a property or chattel, and was deprived of most of the rights ordinarily held by a free person. Do you understand? Remember, in 1563, a sheep known as Jesus of Lubeck. What I'm telling you is a historical fact. It's not what I said or what IPOB or Mazi Jonathan Johnson. No, it's a historical fact that is recorded, till today, because it is good to keep history. In the year 1563, a sheep known as Jesus of Lubeck was chartered to a group of merchants by Queen Elizabeth I to operate in the Atlantic slave trade and smuggling, under John Hawkins, who organized 4 slave voyages to West Africa and the West Indies between 1562 and 1568. That is for you to brush up, for you to remember. I just put this in for your information, because we can never change history. It is there, whether we like it or not. It is there. Now let me continue. At the Third World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Related Intolerance, held in Durban, that is South Africa, in 2001, Europe acknowledged its role in slavery and colonialism in Africa as a crime against humanity. But do Africans know this? That is a big question, $1 million question. Do Africans know this? Do we understand this? The Europeans, they acknowledge their role in slavery and colonialism in Africa as a crime against humanity. In 2001. But do we know this? The worst part of it is that Africans continue praising colonialism, or effects or legacies of colonialism and slavery, ignorantly. That is why we need to trouble our brain. We need to critically think, reason. It's needed. Moreover, there is powerful evidence that the colonialism or colonization of indigenous people was and is still a crime, and that crime is still ongoing. You understand? Achieving historical colonial goals often mean committing acts that were criminal even at that time. When you colonize people, you have to subjugate them. You have to bend them. You have to massacre them in order to colonize them, so that you direct them. They will become under you. You understand? But now, they use religion, as a tune. How do you say, the tune knob? There is this old radio that have knob. If you want to tune into IBS that time, and I'm Imo Broadcasting Corporation or Imo Broadcasting Service, in a tune, that is, they use religion to tune us to the station they want us to remain, or they want us to be, and they position us there, and we are there, happily there. It's very sad. I'm telling you, sad. The legacy of colonialism and slavery is what I'm talking about today. Now, achieving historical colonial goals often mean committing acts that were criminal even at that time. People of other races, including Asians, were also colonized at one time or another. The Arabs were colonized first by the Ottoman Empire. Do you understand? The Arabs you are seeing. And secondly, by the Europeans. But they never shifted in their stand to protect their tradition and culture. You understand? It is only we Africans that accepted everything, and today we are suffering it. That is why Africans, black Africans, have been relegated to the worst part in human ladder. We are relegated to the last because they saw that we accepted everything. Arabs brought their own religion, Africans accepted. They colonized us, we accepted. They tuned us and we stood there. We started shouting Allah, Allah. We started going pilgrimage to Mecca. Mansa Musa started going pilgrimage to Mecca. Instead of a very powerful king like him, instead of trying to find his own, tune his own, bring back the original African spirituality, so that instead of going to pilgrimage in Mecca, people will be going pilgrimage, coming to pilgrimage in Songhai Empire, in Mali, in the Sahel of West Africa, to establish it. It is human beings that did it. But no, he preferred, because it's remote control. The colonial masters, they remote control using religion. Now you have to travel far in order to see God. There is no God on your side. No God in Africa. No God. Your own God are demons. They are not good, they are evil. And you think that we can succeed, Africa can succeed with this mentality? Is that what you're telling me? Let us stop making much ado about nothing or beating about the bush. Let us start by establishing our authority in this part of the earth we are as Africans. Instead of being follow, we don't have good. Our gods are minor. They are not. They are nothing. They are demons. Therefore, an African will either go to pilgrimage in Mecca, where the shrine of Arabs, in presence of the Arabs, in order to play allegiance to the gods of the Arabs, or he will go to Rome to play allegiance to the Zeus of Greek and the Roman Empire, or he will go to Jerusalem in order to play allegiance to their own god. But in our own land, no God, all are demons. And you think that Africa will grow? Africa will succeed with this evil mentality, with this inferiority complex mentality that has been inserted in us. We are being tuned to stay stagnant. It is high time we challenge the status quo. I'm telling you. No shrine, no pilgrimage places in Africa. No. You see, Africans, they kill themselves for foreign religions. What a low life. Africans kill themselves for foreign religions. No, religion that doesn't, the religion that even came and killed their ancestors. But we are now killing ourselves in favor of one foreign religion or the other. Is it not a shame? It's a very big shame. High shame. And you think that Africa will progress with this type of mentality? We must come down and look downwards. That is it. That is it. Okay, let me continue. People of other races, including Asians, were also colonized at one time or another. But the major difference between them and Africans is that while they worked hard to jettison or minimize the legacy of colonialism, Africans are happy encouraging and updating it. Do you see the difference? Do you see why Asia is progressing, why Africa is retrogressing? Africa is moving backwards. You understand? Asians like India. I will continue giving example with India. Do you know that they have the Portuguese India? During the colonization of India, Portugal have their side. They scrambled for one side in of India. They call Portuguese India. They have Spanish India. They have French India. Do you know that? The same way they scrambled in Africa, you have a Francophone, you have a Portuguese phone, you have a Spanish phone, you have Anglophone. The same people, shared, separated by foreigners. And we are happy. Africa is the only continent where people are, I think France have a Francophone, what do you call it? Francophone Commonwealth. That's it. English gather their own people, they gather their own slaves and call it Anglophone and Commonwealth. Where is the Commonwealth? All these things in order to continue the legacy of colonialism. But we are not seeing it. Oh, we went to Commonwealth Games and we have gold and you are happy. Commonwealth of who? An empire. You are under a British empire. It gathered everybody. Before India had their independence, they asked questions. They were able to ask questions and restructure themselves to their originality. Because they know that, look, it is not hastily going to physical independence or flag independence that matters. No, that is not the solution. They saw far. They looked far and saw far. And they knew that, look, before physical independence, we have to get mental independence, mental emancipation. They have to ask themselves question: who is an Indian? This India we want to have who is an Indian? Okay, my brother that is an Indian, but now he's Francophone India. Before going to visiting the Francophone India from the mainland India, now I will present a passport or a visa. But we are one people. Now they say, why is this? Who did this? Foreigners from far away Europe. They separated the brothers and said, no, Yoruba from Nigeria, you are Anglophone. Yoruba in Benin Republic, you are Francophone. And we are encouraging and upholding it. Shame unto black race. Shame unto Africans. Shame. Very big shame. We are maintaining the colonial legacy. That is why we are never going to progress until we shed all these things in our head. It is in the head, in the mind. Do you understand me? How can a Yoruba from Togo, when he see his Yoruba fellow brother, a Yoruba brother in Nigeria, we call him Anglophone. Now he speaks French. And his own brother speaks, is proud to be English speaking. Oh, we should call a spade a spade. I'm telling you honestly. We are very good, Africans are very good in maintaining the legacy of colonialism. Whereas the Asians, they shed all this. You cannot go to, for example, you go to Lebanon today and call them, you are Francophone, because Lebanon was colonized by France. You are Francophone Arab, he will slap you. You say, what is Francophone? All those things we take for granted in Africa, it's not for granted. They don't take it for granted because they know that even mentioning it is an insult to themselves. You go to Syria, you say you are Francophone. You are Syria Francophone or Syria Anglophone. You are Anglophone Syria. He will slap you because of dignity. He will tell you publicly and with pride that I am an Arab and there is no Francophone. Who is a Francophone? Instead we call them Arabophone English. You go to England and call them the Arabophone. So, but in Africa we are very proud, accepting and encouraging, upholding the colonial and slavery legacy. What type of people are these? Is the question I used to ask myself. I said, what type of people are we? That is why we are suffering. That is why everything they dump in Africa, we continue suffering. That is the thing. One of the major legacies of colonialism is loss of language and culture. Do you know that? Do you know that these are crimes? Is a crime, but people don't know. Many people don't know that loss of language and culture is a crime. In 2006, UNESCO mentioned that Igbo language will cease to be extinct in 75 years. In 2006. And people laughed over it. They don't know what they saw. Do you know that? Do you know that when a preacher in a church starts demonizing our tradition, our ancestors, do you know that it's a crime? Do you know that? No. You don't. Do you know that? The devil is in the details. I will come. I will explain more, please. Because what we take for granted, the things we talk as mundane things, they are the cankerworms that are destroying our brains. You don't know that. They are the gangrenes that have infested us, and we are moving with it. Smelly, dirty gangrenes, and we are proud. Do you know what is cultural genocide? That is what colonialism brought. Cultural genocide. It is a crime against humanity, even as defined in the United Nations Charter. They did it. The issue of demonizing our own ancestors is a crime. Do you understand? It's a crime, but people don't know. Okay, as I said, one of the major legacies of colonialism is loss of language and culture. These are crimes, cultural genocide. But Africans are defending these colonial legacies out of total ignorance and idiocy. Do you know that? That is what is happening. Africans are defending it. We are defending colonial legacies out of ignorance, being proud on it. And you think that we will proceed, and we will advance? When you bring a car that have gone 15 years in Germany, now you bring it in Nigeria, hey, I bought you a new car. That is what the colonial masters, what they want, the way they positioned us, what they see as what they have used and discarded as trash. Now we become new in our own hand. We take it as new. That is the way they positioned us. Do you understand? All these things are intertwined. You don't know that? They are entangled. Do you understand? Now, let me continue. According to statistical survey, for your information, in a relatively short time, Africa has risen from having a majority of followers of indigenous traditional religions to being predominantly a continent of Christians and Muslims. Christians and Muslims. Africa. No more our indigenous culture, tradition, religion has been relegated, in many cases wiped off, and the people are proud. And you think that we will progress and advance and compete with others, with other countries, with other developed countries? You think that we can proceed like this and advance? It's a shame, very big shame. As I said, look at the past pilgrimage to Mecca. How many Nigerians? They are proud. Even Nigerian government is spending billions in order to sponsor to pilgrimage to other continents, to the Arab world. And you think it's normal? Do you think this is normal? We don't have shrine in African land. You know, during the time of pilgrimage to Rome, the same thing. Billions will be spent. The people will be scrambling to go and touch a wall of Rome. After that, wall of Jerusalem. Oh, they will go and pray in Jerusalem where there is God. But in your place, no God. That is maintaining colonial and slavery mentality. The legacy they left. That we have no God. They brought God to us. It's an insult, for goodness sake. You understand? In the Nigerian Christian mentality, it is always quoted, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. That is what ordinary, average Nigerian, they quote in order to protect their colonial legacy of Christianity, of which there should be perceived repercussions to those persecuting the anointed ones, that is anointed Christian, isn't it? But let me tell you, as you might have known, Japan massacred the Christian missionaries and their local converts. And today, Japan is one of the most developed and flourishing nations of the world. Touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. There was a time Japan massacred more than 2,000 Jesuits, that is followers of Jesus, missionaries. They slit their throats, and their own people that converted, they exterminated them. Do you understand? I want to give you a brief history for your information. And today the resultant effect is Japan is progressing in their own way, and you are dying to get a visa to Japan. Who is deceiving who? Who is deceiving who? Let us stop living in cloud coca land and face the reality. The reality is facing us in the face. Kuru kuru. Kuru kuru. Without this, removing ourselves from this mental cage, there is nothing for us. Let me tell you, what I see Why Biafra couldn't succeed in 1970? Let me tell you. Because they know if we succeeded, there will be problem, because we are still not ready. You know, the war came just all of a sudden. Mentally, we are not ready. But today, left it like that, so that today we first of all sanitize our mindset, liberate ourselves mentally. Do you understand? And move back to our roots. When we talk about going back to our root, please do not mistake our word to these scammers, cognitive doctors that are all are the same thing. They come from the same source. They, you know, the source of miracle in our land. You know where it come from. The only changing name, the same way the mega pastors, Yoruba mega pastors, most of them are Muslims. They just saw that there is money there in Christianity now. People are gullible. You understand? People are gullible in Christianity. There are money to be made. So they have to just, Suleiman, he just come, he change. This one come, they change, they say, I have seen Christ, I'm Saul, now change to Paul. But it's just to scam, because there is money to be made. Because mostly the Europeans programmed us to be morons. Don't fight back. That is where even I saw the Islam to be more respectable. You understand? Because at least there are things they will fight. They will physically fight. They will physically retaliate and rebel. But in our own, the Christian, they programmed us to be idiots. Slap you here, you turn the. I will come to that, please. As I'm welcoming my brother, our brother, my co-host Mazi Kene, I will come to you, please. But let me go on a page. Let me give you a brief history of Japan and Christianity. Christian missionaries arrived in Japan with Francis Xavier. He's a Jesuit, if not the founder of this Jesuit movement. That is a missionary, the follower of Jesus. The same way they came as Jesuit, the same way they brought Jesus of Lubeck, the name of a ship, to carry us as slaves. The same thing, no? So that is it. Now, Christian missionaries arrived in Japan with Francis Xavier. He's a Spanish, he's a Spaniard. And the Jesuits in the 1540s and briefly flourished with over 100,000 Japanese converts, including many prominent Japanese. The Japanese imperial government at first supported the Catholic mission and the missionaries, thinking that they will reduce the power of the Buddhist monks. Do you understand me? Let me tell you something. You know, they had their own problems. Their problem not the finish anywhere. It is solving your problem should be locally solved, should be local. Japan, before the coming of the British, the Europeans, they had their own problem that their monks are highly powerful. So the then dynasty, Japanese dynasty or government was trying to find a way in order to curtail the power of the monks, Buddhist monks in their land. Now, when the Europeans brought their own shenanigan, first of all, the government, the Japanese government that time, the imperial government, they welcomed them, saying, now, at least they supported the Christianization, hoping that they will use it in order to curb the power of the Buddhist monk in their land. But it's later they say no. This one a war. So that is why, a wise person, you should never allow foreigners to come between you and your brothers. Do you see that? The way our people used to behave, including our politicians, because when I talk about our people, not only the politicians, I used to say it, our natural character. Our natural character. You side the foreigners in order to kill your brother, in order to deal with your brother. You don't know that that foreigner you are siding against your brother is taking you as a fool. If he have any opportunity after, he will strike you down, because he sees that you are stupid. You understand? That is what lesson to learn. The Japanese imperial government at first supported the Catholic mission and the missionaries, thinking that they will reduce the power of the Buddhist monks and help trade with Spain and Portugal. However, the Japanese imperial government was also weary of colonialism, seeing that the Spanish has taken over power in the Philippines after converting the population to Christianity. Do you see that? The Japanese, they were trying to support the Christianization of their people. But after they say, nah, these people, let us watch them closely. Before they started hearing that, oh, if in their neighboring Philippines, that the Spanish Europeans have taken power there after converting the population into Christianity. Do you know, they first of all convert you to soften you mentally, so that you now become, you kneel down, you become, nothing to them. You become subservient to them. That is the reason why the caliphate in Nigeria, what they are doing is trying to do what? To convert the Igbos into their own version of Islam. Why are they doing that? Because they know that if they didn't do that, there will be no way. There is no, there is nothing that binds you and them together that they will command you and you accept. No. Your eyes will be open. But when they come with religion, Islam say, and they build a very big Islamic school in Abakaliki. I will start giving our children to go to school, Islamic school, and learn Arabic. That is softening the people. Softening them. Do you know the way you want to, when you want, like all these smiths, all these metal smiths, before you can bend the rod, you hit it. When you hit it, now it becomes soft. Do you understand? The metal, the component becomes soft. Now you can hit it and bend it the way you want. That is the role of religion to a people. The caliphate is bringing Islam to Igbos. Are they bringing it that they love us? No. They want to conquer us. It's controlling us. And if they succeed, in the next 100 years, the generations that time will be defending Islam and the Fulani that brought it as the people of God. Do you see that? That is the way. When you are defending Christianity, the way you are quoting Bible in every sphere of your life as the source of your morality, and you ask, I ask you, before Bible came, which means our ancestors, they didn't know what is bad or good. Is that what you are telling me? It is the Bible that brought a morality to us. Before the Europeans came to our land, we know that our ancestors know they had very harsh law, harsh punishment against a man that slept with his brother's wife, or vice versa, or a person that commits incest, or if you go and redress the land borders with your neighbor, it is a harsh punishment. So all this, now why then are you quoting as a standard that the Bible say the standard of your righteousness is Bible? You are degrading us as a people. You are making the world understand that, look, without the Bible we are vampires. Without the Bible, without the coming of Europeans, that we were evil killers. That is one thing you should know. Let me continue in the Japanese history. Let me continue. Okay. The Japanese imperial government was also wary of colonialism, seeing that the Spanish has taken power in the Philippines after converting the population. So that, they couldn't have taken power without converting the population. Because that conversion means, putting them under control. When they want to rise up, they say, no, you have to obey your masters. They quote somewhere in the Bible. They say, Pope have given order, today now you are born again. You are no more in your traditional religion. This is hidden and pagan. They will demonize it and say, now you are answerable to the Pope. So Pope has given order, do not rise up. We brought good for you. Oh, everything is good. You will reap the good. And they continue exploiting them. That is what it means. But one emperor, Japanese emperor, Ogimachi, issued edicts to ban Catholicism in 1569 and in 1568, but to little effect. Now, beginning in 1587, with Imperial Regent Toyotomi Hideyoshi, ban on Jesuit missionaries. He banned them. Christianity was repressed as a threat to national unity. He declared Christianity a threat to national unity. That is declaration of a kind of a state of emergency on Christianity. The Japanese view was that Christians were persecuted and executed for being more loyal to Jesus than to the Japanese government. Do you see the danger of what we have in our land, the anarchy we have in our land? Somebody will be disturbing you, saying he's preaching. You say, please, can you allow me to say? Say, no, I'm doing the work of God. It's Jesus that you quote the Bible, that you have to preach the gospel. But it's disturbing you because there is no control. We have no government that controls all these things. Otherwise, do you see the importance of loyalty first of all to your government? Because it is your government that controls everything. It is your government that can now give you anything you want as a people. Do you understand? That is knowledge. That is wisdom. He said they started repressing Christianity in Japan because they saw that the Japanese now converted. They became more loyal to Jesus than to the Japanese government. Do you see the danger? When somebody will say, instead of my faith in Jesus to suffer, or somebody to talk about it, let Biafra not come. It's the same thing. If the Japanese government that time, they will arrest that kind of person and put him in a guillotine, a hang or cut on his neck. Because you must be loyal to the government first. That is the God you are seeing. That is the base of our collective living. You don't put your loyalty to a foreign ideology, foreign concept you don't know. Only believe you know what you believe, what fairy tale they tell you you believe. Now you become radicalized and brainwashed. Anything you are doing, you say it is that thing that is helping you. So you have no need of government. If government now, when government declare that people will sit at home during pandemic, do you see any Islam or Christian do them? Everybody is under the government. Do you know that? If you come out, the military will kill you. That is government, and you will not be saved by that your Jesus or Muhammad. Nothing. Do you understand me? So that is the reality, and that is where we are missing it. The persecution was totally aimed at Christians as a group, and the local converts could escape persecution only by oath of abandoning their faith. Do you understand me? If they catch a Japanese convert, Christian convert, and he want to repent, like one night worker Grundu Kachegaria, and he like to really genuinely repent, they will tell him, they will give him an oath abjury in order to never to talk about that foreign concept, and he will be welcomed to the fold and monitored. Do you understand? After the Togawa dynasty banned Christianity in 1614, it ceased to exist publicly. It was later in the 19th century, that is 1868, that Japan opened up after over 250 years of protecting their culture and tradition. Do you understand? Over 250 years, Japan made sure to protect their culture and tradition, and the result is what you are seeing today. You are importing Japanese products. You are dying to go to Japan. Oh, it's developed. I could remember when our leader traveled to Japan. He made a live video when he on the street. He said, look at how Japan is. This is what they did in order to reach where they are. But you know the problem with black race, we love already made. That is why we are lazy. I must be honest with you. We love already made. Wherever that is already made, everybody will be running. It's there. But you didn't know what they suffered in order to reach where they are. You didn't know. If they tell you, let us do like them and suffer and do so that in future we'll be like them, say, no, I beg, I need a sharp. It's what I want. That is one of the things that are killing us. Do you understand me? Japan protected their own tradition and culture for over 250 years. So that people will die and born, small children will grow up in their culture, being initiated more in their culture. They know it, they cram it, they will grow all old and die again, and their children will grow the same thing, so that many generations will pass. And now nothing, you can't do them anything again. If you want to bring the whole Ora robots, bring the whole Grover Carpenter, bring the whole preachers in United States to them, they will just come and dance music and make noise and go their way. You can never penetrate their mind, their brain. You can never. Unlike our people, moved with a sentiment. Also in China, the practice of religion was tightly controlled in dynastic times, and it is also tightly controlled today. Chinese who are over the age of 18 are only permitted to join officially sanctioned Christian groups, which are registered with the government sanctioned Catholic Patriotic Church, the China Christian Council, and the Protestant Three Self Church. let me tell you the smart game China played, which is also one of the things I have personally been advocating. Why not we indigenize Christianity? If we see that it cannot, there is no go area, now we indigenize it to our tastes. Do you understand? China did it, and they are still doing it, even in Islam. Even France is doing it in Islam. They are breeding their own France version of Islam, so that they will, what they want to do is to dilute it. It will no more be, once you are a French Muslim, if other Muslims from Pakistan, from Middle East are talking to you, you'll be looking to them as even the demon. You understand? It is doable. We are human beings, we can do it. China they have churches. What we said the other time, I think last month, we talked about France. How France tried to, establish their own type of Christianity. They are doing it in Islam today. So that is what China did. They established their own government-controlled church. You want to be a Christian, right? Okay. The pastors or the reverend fathers there are government trained, so they can never shy away or move away from patriotism. They call it Catholic Patriotic Church, the China Christian Council, and the Protestant Three Self Church. Do you understand? So they will not certainly, they will be teaching you things that are synonymous with China as a government, as a people. They will not teach you to rebel against your government. No. You understand? You're a Christian, yes, but it's the Chinese version of Christianity. The same way they are doing to the Uyghurs. China is today doing the same thing, assimilation to the mostly Uyghur Muslims. You understand? I've said it the other day. This is in line to protect the future of the people from foreign influence. They don't want to be suffering what Africa is suffering today. You understand? Because if they allow it, no matter what that the West, the Europeans are using, their propaganda machine, United Nations. Oh, you are committing a genocide. You are committing this against the Igbo Muslims. You think that they love you? You think that the Europeans, they love the Igbo Muslims? No. They are just using them as a weapon. The same way they are using the Ukraine in order to fight a proxy war. You think that they love them? Who is suffering it? Who is dying? The Europeans, they are wise. The West, they are wise. They always pinch you, try to use something to pinch you. And the Uyghurs, not that they love them, but they want to use it to undo the Chinese. They want to use it to, to bleed the Chinese. So to weaken them. That's why they unleash propaganda all the time. But China, they are trying to save themselves from the African catastrophe. The catastrophe that happened in Africa. where you see indigenous people that they don't obey their government. They don't even have institutions. Instead, they obey foreign ideology and gods more than their government. Anarchy. If government say B, Archbishop of Canterbury say no, you say A. You see the Anglicans in Nigeria doing A. They say no, I will obey my chief, my spiritual head. After all, is your father. If you understand me. Let me just stop here because I will come to the second phase. Let me bring in Mazi Ekene, please, to come because you don't have much time. Mazi Ekene, please, welcome to the program. Can you hear me, Mazi Ekene? Go on, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for welcoming me and this opportunity. To once again make contributions to this ongoing ceremony. No, Max, can you hear me? Okay. All right. So, good morning. Good morning, everybody listening to us in this awesome program. It's my pleasure to join once again. The topic of our conversation is quite critical. So we're talking about something that obviously is part of what we've been discussing now about decolonization. Very key aspect of decolonization obviously is recognizing the situations and places where we still have lingering effects of colonialism, what you call the legacies that still persist. So there are still instances, there are still institutions, there are still part of our collective life and individual lives where we are still being controlled by the system set up, put it colonial masters, not just the system as if the system did not act, but the system as having been the symbol of the mentality and helping to achieve the functionalities of the mentality of our colonizers, because this is quite important. And just to start, kind of highlight key scholars in this area that I really try to center my topic on my contribution on the Indigenous sociologist Hannibal Ujano, very popular in Sophia, the Indigenous sociologist Hannibal Ujano, and of course popular Colombian anthropologist Escobar. Escobar. They discovered in South America after the Spain have left, many years Spain have left, and the South American scholars had to design a model they used to cure themselves of the disaster, of the sickness that have resulted from colonialism, from Spanish colonialism, which is why they are now Spanish-speaking countries in South America. But these guys had to fight aggressively against systemic influence of Spanish colonialism. You know, in South America, it was the settler colonialism. So it was occupation. That was a case of colonial occupation. Those that the Spaniards, they lived there for many years, killed the indigenous owners of the land, took their land by force, and then they reproduced and possessed the conflicts that these people have. Since the economy built the city as it suited them, and they lived there. They don't have such personalities. The exception of South Africa, where you still see them today, and we can see what is going on. Our case was largely what we call exploitative colonial. They came and exploited us. The access was the resource. They wanted the land and what we produced. They want to leave the door. They want to extract whatever, steal whatever they can lay their hands on, and just keep enriching their country. In this case, United Kingdom, UK. British colonial masters were on a mission to steal the resources of Africa. They were British, French, and all of them, German, all of them went to Africa. Portuguese, they came with the purpose steal and impoverish Africa. Now, the two scholars I mentioned, Kanu and Escobar, in South America, there have been a huge amount of studies about the influence the living experience continue to have on their development. Even in the 80s, there was this movement that sprung from the Catholic Church. It's called the liberation theology of the South America. It began in South America. It's a whole kind of theology that instead of talking about where the mainstream theology is talking about, okay, accept Jesus as the Lord and Savior. Yeah, Jesus came, He died, He saved us, and He came to save us from sin. American theology and the South American theology, they argue that no, He didn't come. It wasn't for sin that Jesus came. He came for justice, for salvation. Alright, call me back. I'll hang up.
Yes, please do hang up. Let me call you back, please, because the quality of this thing is not good. So we must continue, please, because we want people to understand, to hear what we are saying very clearly and understand it. That is it. We must continue. Do not forget that we are talking about the legacy of slavery and colonialism. Mazi, can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, Mazi. Is it better now?
It's highly better. Please go on.
Okay, awesome. So my apologies to our listeners, our audience. It's just a technical problem. All right. So what I was saying, I might just repeat what I just said, just so that we're on the same page. I was just, I wanted to make my contribution, but I wanted also to bring the perspective of South America. South America, like Africa, we are also colonized. South America as a continent was largely colonized almost single-handedly by Spain, and that's why they have the Spanish. Okay, I mean the Spanish-speaking countries or continent. Now, one case, we are different countries, and that's why our case is more complex, and probably that's why it's been very difficult to come to a kind of united view as to how to go about it. But that's why what we're doing is important. And as I was saying, there are two leading authors or scholars, sociologists, and an anthropologist. Cujano is a Peruvian sociologist. He made a great contribution to this whole topic in a way that it has changed because of the colonization in South America. And another key person was Arturo Escobar, himself Colombian scholar. They both are very, they pioneering the whole study in this whole field. Now, but before I go right into their idea and see how that even is quite relevant to our conversation tonight, I would like to also repeat what I said. I said that when we talk about legacies of colonialism, we have to understand that there are two forms of colonialism or types of colonialism. One is called settler colonialism. Okay, in the settler context, you have the colonial masters. They lived in a place, so they seized the land. That's a genuine case of occupation. So they took the land from the people. They confiscated the land. They took control of the resources of the people, control of the government and the economy and all that, and killed the people. It was extermination, systemic extermination of the people. You have that here in Australia, obviously, where we are talking and speaking to you from. But in South America, it was the case of settler colonialism. In Africa, it was not a settler colonialism, except obviously South Africa, where you still have them still living today. It was exploitative. So they came, they took our resources, not without causing us perpetual harm and the underdevelopment or underdeveloping our continent. But it was not just the English, it was also the German, the Portuguese and all that. Africa was pretty much a cake. Everybody wanted to have a piece of. Now, how do we undo this? People might say, well, why are you talking about this all the time? It was an event in the past. No, it was an event in the past, but it's having a lingering, devastating impact. The effect it still has today is very devastating, it's destructive. It is preventing us from moving ahead in terms of economic development. What South America did was to study their own experience. And these two scholars, Escobar and Quijano, they took it from that angle. They developed the concept of coloniality. Coloniality simply means this whole context, this whole, Quijano talked about coloniality of power. He looked at the legacies of colonialism that are being perpetuated, that are still ongoing, that are still hindering development in their context. He studied this from the perspective of power, so the perspective of control, influence, hegemony, economic power. That was interesting because although Spain had left South America, the Spain influence on the continent of South America is enormous. Enormous. It's incredible. That is where Spain gets most of its raw materials, natural resources. That South America as a continent is the #1 revenue source for Spain, and so it's huge. So Quijano delved into it, looking at what he called coloniality of power. That power of those people that were colonized do not actually have power. What they enjoy is symbolism of power. And so they may have their own people that look like them, governing them. but the decision making, the power to change the things when it matters the most, still lies in the hands of those that colonize them. That's why I call coloniality of power. Escobar looked at this study and he called it on coloniality of being. So more like the way we are, who we are, how the colonialism continues to affect the mentality of South Americans. So whether you look at it from the angle of coloniality of power or coloniality of being, they both still apply in our own case in Africa. Again, you cannot talk about colonialism without talking about the religion, the church, Christianity, especially. Christianity gave colonialism a holy seal. It wrapped it and make it even more appealing to people as a beautiful gift, but indeed it was a poison to people that eventually were saved. What South America again did around 1980s, in the late 1980s, South American theologians, most of the Catholic theologians, championed the cause. They moved away from mainstream theological studies of the Catholic Church. They developed a whole theology to change the mentality of their people, to change what Escobar has called the coloniality of being, how the colonialism experience of many years have continued to affect the way their people think and relate to one another, how they perceive the world, how they act, because the legacies are still there. So they developed what they call liberation theology. This was a radical move, and most of them that developed the concept of liberation theology, they were not in good terms with the Vatican. Some of them even suffered temporary excommunication or suspension, in this case I should say. But what was the difference? What is it about theology? What does that mean? It means that before the liberation theology movement that started in South America in the 80s, the Christian theology, the Catholic theology always talk about salvation of Jesus. The primary mission of Jesus was to save, right? He came so that he would save us. Save us from what? It's very important. For what? The Christian theology, traditional Christian theology, says it comes to save us from sin. The theologians that led liberation theology in South America, they argued that it was not a sin as a spiritualistic thing, as something that does not exist. If it was sin, it was the sin of institution, it was the sin of colonialism. Therefore, the mission of Jesus was not to save from sin, but to bring justice and liberation. Therefore, liberation theology. They changed the course of the church. And when I say church, now I mean the whole church. Even the Pentecostal, everybody, you go today in South America, anywhere, I'm talking about theology. But look at how they implement their theological values. Their understanding of Jesus is Jesus as liberator. That's why you have that Brazilian statue of Jesus, one that saves, that liberates. And therefore, for them, the purpose of salvation is to liberate you from poverty. Because you talk about, it comes to save us. Save us from what? The sin committed by Adam, who we don't know about, and never really scientifically proven that it existed. So how has that sin, how have we inherited the sin of somebody that have not even been scientifically proven to have existed? Therefore, Jesus' mission was for salvation. And that's why I said, this is the opinion I'm trying to explain their idea, where they base their ideology on. Base it in John, which says, I count that you may have life and have it in abundance, right? To have life and have it in abundance means that poverty, we have to identify poverty. The people that we preach to, these guys are saying, we preach to every Sunday. They come to Sunday with empty stomach. These are farmers at the work. Farmers, they work all week and they make nothing because the few rich gang of rich people in all the countries, they have taken control of the economy, and so the poor continues to become poorer. They will suffer, they will cultivate this, but they will make no income out of this. So they work, most of them work, and they don't get paid. Why? That is because the government is corrupt. Why is the government corrupt? Because Spain that colonized us has not let us alone. Spain continues to meddle in the politics, in the political advancement of this continent. And therefore, there is no genuine independence. And this is why they were talking about, they developed the concept of liberation theology. So the churches, they start preaching liberation. That salvation is about liberation. The poor should not be poor. There's no reason why they should be suffering in this way. And we are in the church. And then some people are sitting in front seats. These are knights and they are rich people. These are rich people that have Spanish ancestry. They're sitting right in front of the church. But the poor people, majority of whom come from remnants of the tribes, indigenous owners of this continent, they remain poor 100 years after Spain had finished coloniality. This is unacceptable. As a result, the rich, they started doing it. And when they started preaching liberation theology, the rich people in this country can be against them and accuse them of preaching Marxism. And so they were reported to Vatican, and some of them were sanctioned, and even some of them were murdered because they spoke the truth, because they sided with the poor, because they spoke in favor of justice and freedom. They condemned persecution, they condemned the drug dealers. Majority of them were rich people. Even a bishop was murdered at some point. Oscar Romero, Archbishop Romero of Salvador, El Salvador. So now, moving away from that, because why I share that part of this whole story is that there is a work for everybody. When we are talking about decolonizing our mind, everybody has a role to play. Those in the religious institution have much role to play. They have to come up with a theology that really empowers our people, that really brings about true liberation and freedom. Not a theology that is spiritualistic, out of touch, that does not do nothing for the poor other than imprison their mind and keep them poor. That was the difference that we witnessed. That was the difference that gave the good result that we've seen today in most South American countries. It's still not a perfect continent, but they've made a significant growth from where they used to be, and they continue to. Let's come to our own continent in Africa. Let's come to our place now. What are we facing? When we talk about legacy and legacies of colonialism, people think that these are, unrelatable concepts. What are we talking about? These are so immaterial. These are so ideological. They don't really materialize in reality. But that's not true, because they do. They do. To understand legacies of colonialism, you need to understand the control of economy, the control of power, the control of family structure, sexuality, and gender, and of course the control of institutions. And these four things are the things I would like to focus on when I make my contribution to many part of it. The control of economy. Look at Nigeria's economy today. Look at the corruption in the NNPC. Why is it that you generate, you one of the 10 countries that generate the most crude oil, largest crude oil, but you never had oil, you never had gas. Nigeria has always struggled with the lack of oil, exorbitant prices attached to crude oil, gas, petrol. Why is it that it's so expensive to buy fuel in Nigeria, a country that generates most of the crude oil of the world after Russia and two other countries? Why? Because you're not in charge. Because the people are not in charge of their economic process, or the process of economic growth, development. Because with them, some of you will have heard our leader, Mazi, and talk about Biafra, how he still takes oil free of charge. You have Shell in Nigeria, they've been there forever. You know that the oil they export, nobody measured it, nobody knows the accuracy of the quantity of oil that's been taken. There is no proper inventory. There is no transparent system that's objectively gives account of the sales in that sector. It means Musa tomorrow can write 2 million made in last year, and that's what it is. They can say 30,000. It is what it is. Nobody goes, these are not verifiable because there's no system. And Britain likes the fact that that sector is so corrupt. Because that's the way they do what they do and get away with it. If it's as transparent as the system they have in their places, it will not serve their purpose no more. So the cleverness of colonial masters, they built two different systems. The system they built for themselves, similar to what the system they have here in Australia, the system they have in England, the system they have in South Africa, to a larger extent in South Africa as well, because they built South Africa to live there. Yes, but they have to build it in a way that it will serve the environment. But these are different to the system that you have in Nigeria and other countries where it was the case of exploitative colonialism. So when we talk about continuing legacies of colonialism, look at the economic sector of Nigeria, look at what's our economy or the zoo's economy is disproportionately more than usual. So disproportionately based on oil, right? Crude oil. And that crude oil comes from Biafra land. Comes from our land. This is our oil. But look at our land, how it is. Move away from economy. Let's look at power. Have you asked yourself, you say, oh no, but Britain is not our government. We have government here, we have president, we elect these people, blah, blah, blah. No, you do not understand. There is nobody that you elect and they successfully remain in that position that has not been vindicated. No, not vindication is not the word. Validated by Britain. That's why during the campaign they run to Britain. Every candidate who wanted to have a conversation with the British government. Why? They are seeking validation, including PWB. All of them. They understand very well that nobody can be unless these guys say. That is why countries like America, with their colonial imperialism, they don't like somebody that has authentically won election. They can form other kinds of rebels and all that. They stir up confusion in the country, and then there is war, and then the government is overthrown. Another government of their choice is put in power. But this is why it does not matter, even though objectively the popular, we talk about democracy here, of that place believes that the man that won the election was Peter here. That's democratically speaking, a majority, yes. But how come he's not the one in power? And how come those that sell democracy as their major exportation or export, how come they not reacting against this? How come they not react, they not condemning the fact that somebody won an election and another person is in power? Because that person in power, they believe, has got their own interest, will protect their own interest better than that person that didn't get into power. And therefore, it doesn't matter for them. What matters is who will protect their economic interest in Nigeria the most. It's about their economic interest. Their economic interest is nothing other than being in control of Nigerian economy. Get it? So I've talked about the control of economy, control of production, control of economy, control of power. Let's look at the control of institutions. You still have police carrying bombs and running around. You know all these institutions were not put by our people. These are not organic. These are not the indigenous institutions, or we are put by thoughts of indigenous population. They came by way of imposition to coloniality. The police, every time you talk about police brutality and all of that, the other institution, the political institution, how our politics is structured, how the government runs, out of touch, out of reach for the common man. And they do not know. The worst thing about colonial legacies is that people end up with colonialism, you end up with a system you don't know how to maintain. I've said this before. If you're into IT, you know how you do upgrade. You upgrade the system. You format sometimes. You kind of there is always system upgrade, right? Colonized people have inherited a system they did not build, and they don't know how to maintain, and it doesn't serve them any good. So this is why legacies of colonialism are very strongly experienced where we come from, because we can rightly identify this. The final part is the family structure, sexuality, and gender. You come to the Western countries today, think about gender, but everybody. Today, you're filling form for simple studies or for job. They're asking you, what's your pronoun? This person said, you call me, he, my pronouns are he, she. These things are mind-boggling. But it is, what people do not realize is that the plan is already part of the system they built. So they may have left Nigeria in the 60s, but the system they built makes it, and they still in control of, makes it so easy for them to always update, always to add something. That's why they are forcing all this same-sex, gender, LGBT ideologies. They are forcing our government. Just go on social media today, everybody, content creator is trying to, maybe a man is trying to dress like a woman. These are really, really intentional. It is deliberate. African leaders are being harassed. They are being intimidated. They are being almost like forced to implement certain ideologies that would see them embracing the same nonsense that do not relate to our culture, but is the culture of the colonized. How come the American government can threaten Ghanaian government or any government in Africa and say, if you don't do this for these people, you're going to cut the funding? That is economic manipulation. That is economic control. It comes down to control of your family, pet control, it comes down to non-gender, sexuality, all of this. Somebody might ask, but what is the legacy I'm talking about? In layman terms, I share a story. A friend of mine last Christmas bought two mobile phones, one for his girlfriend back home, another one is for his sister. And someone was traveling to back home to Lagos, was in Lagos for Christmas holiday, and he made arrangement to give these two phones to this friend that was traveling. But then the sister said, "Oh, brother, if you have bought me, please buy one for our dad, because our dad's phone, keeps giving him some trouble. So, and you won't be happy that somebody came all the way from Australia and gave us phone and didn't give you. And he wouldn't accept Nigerian phone. He said that we must, this phone we use must come from overseas. Now the question is, why must it come from overseas? Now, you know the arrangement they settled with. The suggestion they settled with was they get home, the guy sent two phones and gave his sister some money to go to Lagos, what is it called, Computer Village, and buy a phone. But so they did. They went to Computer Village and bought a phone for their dad. But they gave that phone to the guy that have traveled to Australia, from Australia to Nigeria for his holiday, to give the phone to their dad so that the dad will believe that that phone is from Australia, even though it wasn't from Australia. It was so important for the dad that the phone is not from Nigeria but from Australia. What is special about it coming from Australia? Nigerian phones come from China, China makes them. Australian phones come from China, China makes them. Although different standard. Well, how come? You may say, oh, that's old man, it's just like you make him happy. No, it's the mentality. What comes from outside us is better. Some of us don't use Abamed. There was a time, and today people can boldly put in their product Abamed. Abamed is becoming popular, and we are becoming proud of who we are. Because people go to markets in Australia looking for Australian made. That means it's authentic. That means it's our thing. We support it. It's more expensive here. They'll pay anything to have Australian made. In our own case, people make shoes in Aba, but they write it made in Italy. Why? Because they are trying to match the mentality of our people. They know that if they say it's made from Aba, it's made at Aba or Naba, our people will patronize their saris. They will be hoping to buy, instead of buying the original new shoes manufactured in Aba, they will buy Benda Selects from Italy. Why will not charge Bakacha? I thought I got a satire, send the rain buy. That's the one people will pay. That's why people would not buy innocent car. They would rather buy what is it called? One that is you ship from overseas. There's a name for it. I can't remember. It's like second new, right? That's why our people believe what is from outside is better. Now, that is the greatest destruction of colonialism. That it changed the mindset of the people. It told the people, and they believed it, that they are not good. Whatever comes from them is not good. That what is good is what comes from the colonial masters. That goodness is measured by the values of colonial masters. That is why when IPOB started, no media outlet in Nigeria carried our news. Nobody want to talk about us. Our leaders say we're not going to pay them. Mazi and Kanu say we're not going to pay them. One day they will talk about us. And today we are asking them, can you shut up? Because you're saying nonsense. Because they talk too much these days and talk out of context. But they didn't want to talk about us until white people started talking about us. That is when they became interested. It's all about how white people say, what have Britain said about this? It is a sickness, it's the destruction. A child of 3 years would choose sweet bought from US over sweet manufactured in our nature. It's a mentality problem. Now you will see, these are legacies. Because that is why you would embrace and kiss a white Jesus in the cross. But the black Jesus is always a Satan, because Satan is always black. So goodness, you see, oh my God. When we say that the white man was very clever, because it creates the whiteness with goodness. If it's not white, it doesn't come from white, it is not good, it is evil. So that's where the color politics started, because Satan becomes evil. Anything that is evil, sorry, not Satan, blackness becomes evil. Anything that is evil, including Satan, was identified as black. That's why you have image of white angel marching on a black devil. And the snake. You still have this. Unfortunately, you have theologians that parade themselves as pastors and priests and all that, but they still have white images of a white Jesus, Caucasian Jesus and a statue of a white angel marching on a black devil, Satan or demon. You see, it's a mentality thing. It doesn't matter what you study, your mind can still be in chains of colonialism. You really don't need to study theology to come out of this. You don't need to even go to university. You have professors that still as much brainwashed as anything. But now we understand what we're talking about. And this is why it's very important that we keep on looking at how to undo the legacies of colonialism. We have to go into what is called indigenous knowledge and find in indigenous context the wisdom, the values to replace the colonial values. Because colonial mentality will always destroy people. They do not empower the people. That's why people that colonize, they lack. Once you put a country that colonial people, colonizers did the confusion, they always lack, there's always confusion. Who is in charge? Who is leading? Because the colonial master is still leading, even remotely from Spain, from England, from anywhere they are, they're still leading. So that will be my contribution, that we bring it down to our own context. Anytime you wish, oh man, there are too many genes here, but man, can you get me the one from US, the one from there? Japa, everybody wanna run away from their place. This is the problem. Colonialism destroyed the mind, give the people impression that their economy is destroyed, but no, it means that the people are not in control of their economy. That's why the Kenyan president today is talking about the Pan-African ways of controlling our economy, of having borderless continent, of having one money, one single currency. I hope this man doesn't get killed because his ideas are fantastic, but these ideas are always seen as, enemies. Anybody that has these ideas will be seen as enemy of the West. This is what we're talking about. So, Mazi, I will stop here and hand over to you, and then we'll have a leverage.
There, Mazi, we must continue. Do not forget that we are here today live on Radio Biafra House of Service through Radio Biafra London, and today is Saturday, Obochiafo, the 29th day of July 2023. We are here on religious discussions, and the topic of our submission today is the legacy of slavery and colonialism. That is what we are talking about. We must continue before I open the lines. There is something I want to say also. Let us, because when we talk about this colonial legacy, what are the legacy? The main structure or the main skeleton of the legacy. Now let me take you back to what you already know. I want to read the letter from King Leopold II of Belgium to colonial missionaries in 1883. This is direct, this letter, it was exposed. It's a direct letter from King Leopold II. It was able, we are able to know it, to read about it, because according to the history, normal, real, factual history, there is one man, is a Congolese, born in Congo in 1915, and who in 1935, while working in the Congo, bought a second-hand Bible from a Belgian priest who forgot the speech in the Bible. Do you understand? That is how this man bought this Bible from the Belgian priest, and upon opening the Bible, he saw what was written. A script that was written, letters folded inside the Bible, and he opened the letters and started reading and said, God, so this is really, that is how he was able to take it to the authority, and they say, wow, so this is what happened. Now I want to read it a bit. Let me read it, please, quickly, for you to understand. When we talk about the legacy of colonialism, what they brought to us, because colonialism comes as a war group. I used to say it. There are religious aspects or religious aspect of it. There is military aspect of it. There is the economic aspect of it. All are working in unison in order to make sure that the colonized become totally subjugated. That is the reality. The same way American or aircraft carriers, they don't move alone. They move with different. They have rather jamming aircraft and submarines, detectors, different. They move in group as a war group, so that you cannot near them through any way. They will make sure they destroy everything at their road or anything at their road. So let me read this letter from King Leopold II. He is the king of Belgium to colonial missionaries in 1883. He starts by saying, reverends, fathers and their compatriots. He's talking to the missionaries, those that they brought us Christianity. This is the task given to them. The task that is given to fulfill is very delicate and requires much tact. That is tactics. Much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelization must inspire above all Belgium interests. That is for your information. When you see that they brought their religion to you, Islam, Christianity, it is first of all to their own interests. I posted on my timeline how at the end of the day, the Saudis, they are counting their kill for the day from pilgrims. They are counting the money. They employ even children to count, because counting that cash, that is cash. That one is cash. They are not talking about the electronic one for one day of either lesser Hajj or bigger Hajj. I don't know, but for one day. This is when they bring you all this religion, foreign religion, it is not first of all to their own interest. Number one, for you, understand it. It is not to save your soul, for you to go to one heaven or the other. No, it is first of all to subjugate you to their own interest, so that you become gullible, so that you do whatever they command you to do. Do you understand? So let me continue reading the letter, please. The task that is given to you is to fulfill. It's very delicate and requires much tact. You will go certainly to evangelize, but your evangelization must inspire above all Belgium interests. It didn't say above all God's interests or heavenly interests. No, Belgium interests, European interests. Your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. This they know already. I don't know. Mazi continue. That's all now people are understanding. I don't know. Here the man didn't say no. For you to serve God, is God first. No. Belgium first. European interest first. So forget. He say you are not going there to teach them to know God, because God, this Negro, they know God more than you. What we are going is conquest, is what the man is like. Conquest, so that we can, tune them as we want with our religion, and they will obey. The same way the caliphate, the Fulani caliphate, is trying to come to Igbo land with Islam, so that they will use Islamic sentiments to control us. Do you understand me? To control us, because there is nothing they can use to control us more than religion. So that when they talk, you kneel down. You go to meet their imam, you kneel down. They tell you what to do. First of all, they consider their interest first. But for you, you are serving God. That is, you are ignorant, because we knew God more than before these people came. We know God more than them. What they are coming is, what they came for is conquest, colonization, slavery, nothing more. Now let me continue reading. This is direct letter of King Leopold II. It's in your that smartphone you are using. It's not only for watching content creation or prank or any other thing. Google it. Letter from King Leopold II of Belgium to colonial missionaries, 1883. It is not long time. You understand? Okay. The man said, your principal objective in our mission in the Congo is never to teach the niggers to know God. This they know already. They speak and submit to a Mungu, one Nzambi, one Nzakomba, and what else do I know? They call their God in their own way. That is what the man is trying to say. So don't go there thinking that you are going to show them how to know God. That is why I tell you, if you are a Biafra, maybe you do something good, somebody thanks you and say, why are you doing this? You are so good. He said, no, I'm a Christian. You are simply an idiot. Tell him, I'm a Biafra. I'm an Igbo man. I'm an Ijo man. It is our culture to be good. That is our culture. But when you praise the foreign religion, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, that's why I'm good. Which means, before they are coming, we were devils before. That is what you are trying to indirectly say. It's them that taught us how to be good. But King Leopold told the missionary, he said, no, Don't think that we are going there to tell them to know God. They know God more than you. You understand? He said they know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie and to insult is bad. People that know this, how then can you come to start telling us you are leading us to God? Does it make sense? Mazi, I don't see any sense in this. Before they came to our land, we know that you don't lie. You should not sleep with your brother's wife. It's evil. There are, all these evils, don't commit it. It's evil in our land. Now, but today, our people are, doing it as if it is only Bible say. So that is the reason why we are not doing it. Which means before Bible came, we are doing all these things. We are vagabonds. We are savages. That is what it means. It is really annoying. Let me continue reading. The man said them, say, they know that to kill, to sleep with someone else's wife, to lie and to insult is bad. Have courage to admit it. He said, when they admit, I'm telling you the truth. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Have courage to admit it. It's what Belgium, King was telling to missionaries. He said, don't see them as you are saying, you are going to bring them to God. No, it's not. They know God more than you. Have courage to admit it. They know all these things are evil. They know. They don't commit evil even. You are not going to teach them what they know already. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrialists, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be the best it will be the best to protect your interests in that part of the world. For these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our savages, that is calling us savages, Negroes, savages, from the richness that is plenty in their underground. Do you see that? They remove your mind from the riches of the world. They plan this thing and it is working. I say na akwatu long came were Noah. Enwere m obibi kaya ma nigwe onye na-agụ ihe a obi ọnụ na pọtọpọtọ etu. I could remember etu na aba no na mmiri na pọtọpọtọ na-eshi ọ nkasi obi ya wo ga-aga eluigwe. Ihe a ihe arụrụ arụ for your information. Ihe ndị ọcha arụrụ arụ. Okay? Ihe a ọrụ plan n'ọfụma. Ihe a na-agụ ihe a ihe King Leopold visited missionaries to Africa, to Congo that time. Ihe ọ na-agwa ha. Si lee ihe ọnụ ga-eme. Gai mana ndị amachukwu karịa anyị nwa. Mana we are going there for our interest. Go there for admit that they know God more than us even. So what we are doing is conquest, nothing more. Just interpret to them what we tell you. You understand? Let me continue. Your essential role is to facilitate the task of administrators and industrials, which means you will go to interpret the gospel in the way it will be it will be the best to protect your interest in that part of of the world. For these things, you have to keep watch on disinteresting our savages from the richness that is plenty in their underground. To avoid that, they get interested in it and make you murderous competition, and them one day to overthrow you. So they want to keep us subjugated till today, and that is what is happening till today. Once you carry the Bible or Quran, your head is off. You are going to heaven. You are no more. You are of this world, but you are from this world, but you are not of this world. It is written. Therefore, something of the world is no more interested in you. You are no more interested in the taste of the world, but you are wearing clothes. But if you are hungry, you go and eat. It's now that we are trying to remove ourselves from this mental cage. Honestly, your knowledge. Let me continue reading. Your knowledge of the gospel will allow you to find texts ordering and encouraging your followers to love poverty. Is it not happening today? Is it not happening today? Like, happy are the poor because they will inherit the heaven. It's in Matthew 5, chapter 5, verse 3. Blessed is the poor, for they shall inherit the kingdom of God. That is what they promote. That is why you see our people are happy in poverty. They don't want to engage, the responsible government in order to better their lives. No, they don't want. Oh, they want to receive it. Receive it every day in the church. Receive your blessing. So you are spiritually blessed always, but physically you are poor, and you love it. It's a condition they put us. It's the legacy they led, and that is why they are able to continue stealing what belongs to us. Look at their martyrs. They condition them, go and beg. It is a sin of God. Go and beg, and you don't even learn nothing, because your reward is in heaven. And the Alhajis that are wise, they are using them. Do you see the thing? The legacy of colonialism and slavery. That is what is continuing in our lives today. You understand? Okay. And the man tell them, make them to like poverty, and be quoting those places that is written, happier are the poor because they will inherit the heaven, and it is very difficult for the rich to enter the kingdom of God. You have to detach from them and make them disrespect everything which gives courage to affront us, like the way they demonize our deities. That now is bad. That for your information. They are no more directly on top of us, but their legacies is haunting us, and we happily accept it and sit down there. That is why we cannot do nothing. That is why when you come out from school with the first class, now all they will recommend for you is go to pray, go to churches and continue praying for job. All these are legacies. Here Europe, all mathematics, all formula. Here on Radio Biafra, we want you to understand all these evil legacies. Before restoring a sanitized nation, a nation that will be progressive and advancing, we must first of all sanitize our brain, our minds, liberate our minds. That is the reality. Okay, let me continue reading. I make reference to their mystic system and their war fetish, warfare protection, which they pretend not to want to abandon, and you must do everything in your power to make it disappear. Is it not today? Is it not they condemn everything concerning us that is evil. I may interpret Igbo Bible, so now Mojo habu Biafra from nowhere. I hear anything Mojo. Everything our ancestors were wise, using it, in order to work for our progress. But how does it demonize? They put us into fighting with our deities. I cancel you by fire. I fight you with fire. Oh yeah, you fire. And the repercussion is what we are seeing in our land today. They are annoyed and fighting back, making sure that we become subjugated. That is what Leopold told the missionaries. That anything that gives them courage, their mystic powers, which they just demonize it so that they will abandon them. Once they abandon all these things, they become powerless, and they will be at our mercy. Is it not what we are suffering today? Is it not? Let me continue reading, please. Your action will be directed essentially to the younger ones, for they won't revolt when the recommendation of the priest is contradictory to their parents' teaching. If not for this letter, do we know? Do we know other things, others that they are even the verbal instruction they receive and other letters they receive? Whereas you are protecting it with your life, that it is the true thing. If we talk against a religion, you say we are against God. highly ignorant that we know God more than these people. We serve God more than these people. You don't know that. What they bring is conquest, mind control, mind bending, their own thing to conquer us. Do you think that if all these things is real, that they will bring it to us and leave it for us? Do you think that? Let me continue reading. You must singularly insist on their total submission and obedience. That's it. Avoid developing the spirit in the schools. Teach students to read and not to reason. Is it not the legacy we are suffering today? You see, graduates are being churned out every time in Nigeria. Do they reason? They read, but they don't reason. That is the legacy that is in legacy of colonizing or colonialism. The legacy that is haunting us. We need to shed this thing out from our brain. Recite every day. Happy are those who are weeping, because the kingdom of God is for them. Over here and I sing every time now in our label. That is why they don't care about the government building roads. They don't care about the government putting up infrastructures to help their lives, because they believe that once the happy are those who are weeping, because the kingdom of God is for them. So if the kingdom of God is for them, why should they care about the kingdom of human being they are in? Why? Yeah, we have around because I don't go. That is I don't care. You know, I don't now watch. I now suffer the effect, the legacy of colonialism. But we must remove it from our brain. Convert always the blacks by using the whip. Keep their women in 9 months of submission to work freely for us. Force them to pay you in sign of recognition goats, chickens, and eggs every time you visit their villages. And make sure the niggers never become rich. Are you seeing it? Sing every day that it is impossible for the rich to enter heaven. Make them pay tax, and each week at Sunday Mass. Is it not what is happening today? Any reverend father that comes into a parish, the first thing is if there is no car, the poor people that don't have bicycle must contribute to buy car first. This is the legacy of colonialism that is being retained, that is killing us. You must be paying. Pastor will preach, oh, you have to sow your seed. All these are colonial legacies without pity. The worst part is down that it is our own brothers that now are continuing this legacy in order to torment everybody. That's why you see pastors, they have private jets. They don't pity nobody. You give them anything, they don't even no need thank. They tell you, am I thanking you? You are giving it to God. And how is God going to eat it? Who is going to take charge of it? It's them. They will not even thank you. They will even as a command that they will give to you. That is the worst part of it. This is something that has been given down, handed down by the colonial masters, because that is how they behave. That is how they are told to behave, the missionaries. And that is what the pastors, the reverend fathers, all of them are named today. It is your duty. When any person that died, they will first of all come and check the list. If you are owing anything, you must pay everything before they come and bury you. Is it normal? Is it normal, all these things? And we continue engaging in this legacy. We continue. We need to change. We need to change our attitude. It's not about Biafra. Biafra must come. Biafra, you want a country that will come and everywhere the worse than Nigeria. Is that what you want? We need to start by sanitizing our mentality, and that is what we are doing. Let me continue quick because time is not on our side, please. Now, make them pay tax each week at Sunday Mass. Use the money supposed for the poor to build flourishing business centers. You see it? Institute a confessional system which allows you to be good detectives, denouncing any black that has a different consciousness contrary to that of the decision maker. Do you see that? Why they institute confession center? You talk to Reverend Father secretly. He will have every of your secrets, and he will use it. na ndị anụrụ anya arụ Chineke kwe na ihe ọjọọ. Ndị ama ihe o, that is the wisdom. Ndị ama ihe, this is wisdom. Yeah, it's not it didn't fall down from another planet. It's wisdom. They studied, they made sure they became good at it. Good psychologists, philosophers, and they're using it, and it's working. It's working for them. I know Allah. You understand? Okay. Now, he said, when any person that is why the caliphate hates IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he's bringing another consciousness. Do you understand? He's making people, opening people's eyes. They hate somebody that open people's eyes. They, more than anything. Do you understand? That is the worst thing you can do to colonizers. Making people to run away from ignorance. To run away, to depart from ignorance. That is imena colonizers. You understand? Any other thing they don't care. But once you start opening people's eyes, that is where, because that is the source of the miserable situation of the people. The gullibility and stupidity of the people is their source of blessing. Like you have in the churches. Sow seed, God will bless you. You are waiting for God's blessing. But that pastor you are giving, he's collecting his blessing directly from you. When you have thousands of people in a church, and each person, even if it is 100 naira, do you know 2,000 people, 100 naira times 2,000? Just check it every week. Pastor Kuruna said that you are giving God. Now you go and start waiting for God to throw his own blessing from heaven. That is he is receiving his own blessing from you. Riding on the highest car. How did he get all those cars? From the money you pay, you contribute. That thing you say that you are paying, you are giving to God. You are not giving to God, you are giving to him. You are giving to a human being. Do you remember when the prelate was kidnapped in Okigwe? When the Anglican prelate, bishop, was kidnapped, he didn't wait for God to deliver him. No, he announced, and people contribute. He said he came out of. I played the clip here several times. He said it is people that the members all over Nigeria that contributed some 50 naira, some 100 naira, some 10 kobo, some. That is, they raised 100 million under 24 hours. Do you know if they channel all these monies to building something positive to help the population? Do you know how far we would have gone? They pay all these things under 24 hours. 100 million naira was raised in order to liberate him from the hands of kidnappers. But you are waiting for your own blessing, whereas they are receiving their blessing from you. Are you not stupid? You are gullible. These are the colonial legacies, slavery legacies that is being laid down, that was laid down by the Europeans, by the colonial masters, and it is still holding everybody, every one of us, until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came to the scene and open our eyes. That is the worst thing you can do to the Europeans, opening people's eyes. Do you know, since 2015, when they remove our satellite, the IPOB radio Biafra satellite, do you know that IPOB started going from country to country, Western countries, to the extent you go to IPOB went to Christian channels to help us hang our own, hook our own on their Christian, that I will call Christians like you people. And they don't care, they don't want to know, they refuse. The Christians, oh Chineke, if only if people will understand. In the help the standard I know today. These are the people they program you to hate. Finally our help to put our satellite is the people that, if I say it, you will surprise. These are people that you are programmed to hate, but you don't know that they are savior. You know, colonial legacy. This program will make you hate your savior. You will take him as a demon that is killing you. You don't know that he's the person serving you. But the manipulators, the colonial masters, they know what they are doing. They program all these things so that you will not be seeing clear. This is the letter of King Leopold II to the missionaries, to teach them, or tell them how to enter the black people, the niggers, so that they get the result of what we are seeing today. Africans today, they are no more, they are either Christians or Muslims. No, our own originality, our own spirituality is demonized completely everywhere. It's relegated to the background. If not for this awakening that is happening, this wind of renaissance, and I want you to be part of it. That is what we preach here. You understand? Let me finish it. He said, the man continues. He said, don't give him more than one cigarette. Never invite him for dinner, even if he gives you a chicken every time you arrive in his house. That is what makes these pastors, the reverend fathers, to be highly arrogant. You give them anything, they feel that it is your obligation to give. No thanking. After all, you are giving to God. They use mentally, they psychologically, they hold you hostage. They say, if you don't want now, don't give, and you will see the repercussion. In order to make you fear. That is, this thing, they build everything on fear factor. Continue anything that fear. You don't want me to? I'm not thanking anybody. That is what the pastors say. I'm not thanking you. Why should I thank you? Are you giving to me? You are giving to God. And you see that now you ask, who is going to use all this money? Is it not you? Is it not the reason why they are riding the highest car? Why they are living in mansions? Why they are going on private jets? They see only the suits of a Suleiman. All these pastors. He can open shops for different people at a time. Only one suit, one his regalia. But you are giving to God, and He is squandering everything. It's a program. These are the legacies of the colonialism and the slavery. Let me continue a bit. The above speech, which shows the real intention of the Christian missionary journey in Africa, was exposed to the world by Mr. Mukwane Bukoko, born in the Congo in 1915, and who in 1935, while working in the Congo, bought a second-hand Bible from a Belgian priest who forgot the speech in the Bible. Do you see that? Do you see that? Now we should note that all missionaries carried out and still carry out this mandate. We are only lucky to have found King Leopold's articulation of the aim of Christian imperialist missionaries to Africa. What of the instructions of a King of England? Do you see anyone? It's the one we saw. What of other instructions given to them, other secret instructions? Do you know anyone? But today you are defending all these things. He helped to control you. Now you swallowed it hook, line, and sinker, relegating our originality to the background. And you are quoting and using it as a pride, quoting, that as your source of morale. You are simply ignorant. For your information, you are simply ignorant. The slavery and colonial legacy being retained in Africa is a complete disaster. It is the long time European plans to perpetually be in charge of our land and lives. You know that? For us to happily remain in perpetual subjugation. There is subjugation, and when you that you are subjugated under slavery, and you are making efforts in order to move away from slavery. It's a different thing. But when you are happy, programmed to be happy, being in slavery, being in subjugation, and you are happy, you are defending it. That is the worst state of human being. That is why Black Africa is at the bottom layer everywhere, because they are programmed to love the legacy of slavery and colonialism. I'm telling you, it is high time we start removing this disastrous legacy of slavery and colonialism. We can only do it through mental awakening, renaissance, and self-determination. Therefore, we should join hands together to make this project a success. Mazi, please use at least 10 or 15 minutes to also conclude what you made. Thank you. Before I open the lines, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. Dear friends, it is only us that can undo this. It's only us that can decide and determine a new way of doing things, a new way of living for our people. The greatness of our people can only be defended, championed, protected by us, by our resolve. Nobody will do it for you. Those people that colonize you would like to still keep you in that state. And that's the state we are, hence the legacies we're talking about, colonialism. It starts with us and it ends with us. The decision to stop thinking the way we're thinking. Because the greatest...
Go on. Are you there?
Place... Yes, Maz, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mazi, Kene?
Hello?
I don't know. You just...
Hello, Maz.
I don't know what's happening. Are you being disturbed by some people, by callers? I don't know. But we must continue because I want to open the lines. I want to open the lines so that people will start calling. I'm telling you, we need to emancipate ourselves from this mental slavery and remove ourselves from these legacies of slavery and colonialism, which we are upholding. Mazi, are you back? Please, I don't know what happened. Your voice just ceased. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, Maz. Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry once again to our audience. It's a technical problem again. But just to conclude, just to reinforce what I said before, this is a project only us can do it and do it very well and very successfully. Those that once colonized us and whose disaster in our land has continued to influence the way we think, the way we act, the way we see the world, they are not going to undo this. It is us that will make that resolve to do things differently. And doing things differently starts with thinking differently. A new perspective, or even more, a new consciousness. A consciousness that recognizes that we have a problem, fundamental problem, that can be changed by us. You see, the legacies of colonialism were legacies that are built by human beings, whether they are structural legacies in terms of institutions or even the policies in place, or whether they are even mental one, the way we have been structured to think and reason and act and choose our preferences, to obviously choose whatever that comes from white person over what comes from our land. These are the legacies we're talking about. But only us can undo this. That conscious choice to change this must be made. And that will be my contribution, that we start changing the way we think, that we start coming to recognition that everything we've been told about what we believe, whether what we believe in terms of best policies in government, best system of government, or in terms of religion, we were not told this because truly the man that colonized you and killed your people would like to share heaven with you. No, there was something like that, they will not share it with you. You were told this because that's the only way to enslave your minds. That's the only way to keep you in check. It's all about control. And the letter that Maz has read has really articulated the whole process and the experience of our people at that time. And you can see in that why we can now be talking about legacies, because there are persisting consequences of colonialism. The way our people structure their life around churches is a clear witness. The way people sleep in the church or in churches praying for success and give their money, invest in churches instead of investing and developing industries and factories and the systems that would help them to build a better society. They invest in church and they sleep in church crying and begging for money, begging for little success in education, success in business, success in everything. For children, success in child labor, in delivery, we beg God for literally everything. Church is that center where we invest the most. And that is wrong. That is wrong. But then look at that letter. If you listen to that letter, you could see why. We've been structured, the minds, our consciousness. We still operate with colonial consciousness. The colonial consciousness is that one that says, what I've taught you about you is what you're going to believe. That everything about me as your colonizer values you must aspire to acquire. And that's why we bear the names of our colonizers. We speak their language. We want to go and live in their country, even if it means cleaning their dead bodies, cleaning their elderly, and looking after their cats and dogs and all that. We would gladly do that and thank them. Even if they reject our applications or they send us back at the airport 10 times, we will willingly come back and apologize and still submit a new application. The desperation to be like our colonizer is an example of colonial mentality and colonial legacies that we want to destroy. When we destroy colonial legacy completely, then you will value what comes from you first. You will start thinking Biafra first. At this point, people are divided in about what they want. Some think, oh, religion. Don't even talk about religion. Because for me, my religion comes first. But a colonial master that brought that religion to you put the interest of their country, Britain, first. The Queen of England that sits in the front seat was more interested in colonizing your mind and seizing your resources and keeping you perpetual poverty than even you having any relationship or any kind of faith understanding. So if that was the system used by colonizers, why wouldn't you undo this using the same system? Changing the colonial, destroying the colonial legacy means believing in oneself, rediscovering the power you have in you, rediscovering your indigenousness, that the values we have as Biafrans and Africans outweighs the values, whatever nonsense that we can identify as values of the colonial masters, because they are not values really. These are things that change over time. Even their position about church has changed. Those things we were taught by the missionaries about all those kind of ethics and values, they have changed because their culture is changing. And again, religion is built on the cultures of those that colonize you. That is why whatever they want to they practice in the society, they also want you to practice it. Not only they want to enforce that, they want to force you to do that. We must collectively come to a point where we say enough of this nonsense. And therefore I join my voice to that of what is the name of our brother back in Biafra land sang Matthias Jack, to say Ndo Kachegaria. All of us that thought we've repented because we go to church, we must repent truly and stop investing in building churches. Some of us have grandparents that entire life spent all their money, whatever they got, they invested into building a church that never finished. You never finished building. Our life revolves around church. We go to school, you come back, you go to Block Rosary, you go to Fetch Water, you go to Catechism, you go to Region of Mary, you go to Crusade, you go to all these things keep us away from living like a decent human life, from developing our critical consciousnness. And that critical consciousness that has been lacking is why the colonial mentality and colonial legacy has persisted. Now is the time to break away from that. And they start with that deliberate choice to say, I want to think differently. All of this that I've always taken for granted, I'm dropping them. Because what matters for me is me as African, as a Biafran, and what I can do for my people. Interest of my people first, because in the collective interest is my own individual interest can be protected. That is why African philosophy is about we are, therefore I am. This is where we must return, and the conscious decision must be made by us. Those of us in IPOB, if we can get it right, other people will follow. Not some say, my religion comes first. You are not different from those who have not even listened to Radio Biafra for the first time. We all need to do this, and it's quite urgent, and we need to do it deliberately and systematically to come out of this and build a decent society. That will be my submission tonight. Dewo Mazi.
Dewo Mazi. Thank you very much. And we proceed going into a few minutes break, and thereafter the lines will be open so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. We shall be right back. Don't go away, please.
You are watching me right now. You are mad. You're getting angry. You're getting worked up because I am saying that I don't believe in a white Jesus with blue eyes. No, you cannot say that. You are denying Jesus. Why did you allow the white people to make a white idol and you never complained? Now I'm saying it, you are getting angry. Why are you angry? You are not angry with me. You are angry with yourself. That you have been lied to for a long time, and for the first time you meet information on your face, and it's causing lots of what we call here psychological misunderstanding, cognitive dissonance in more professional psychological language. It's your own conflict in your own mind with your own belief system. Decolonize God. Number two, decolonize humanity. We cannot be taken only as Africans who don't have a soul. We are Africans. We are Al-Kebalam. We are Bantu, and for this reason, when they tell us that you are slaves, you are less than nothing. Africans are animals. Africans are this. Africans are this. This dehumanizes us. And if we are to use the Bible as a text, it says we are created in the image of God. And if therefore we are animals, then God is an animal also. If we are stupid, then God is stupid also. And if we are less than human, then God is also less than human. Because when we say we are in the image of the one who created us, then we look like the one who has created us. And he who insults me insults the one who has created me and has made me to be what I am. Therefore, an African must also have permission to identify with a God that looks like him. Yes, Buddhas in China, they can talk to their own Buddha. And the white people can create their own Messiah also, that blue-eyed boy, and hang them around. That's for them. Yes. So what's wrong if he's an African? And if it does not matter whether Jesus is black or white, can we please have a Chinese one? Can we please have an Indian God also? Because it does not matter. Then all of a sudden, no, we cannot make him anything except white. Then you are giving white people an unnecessary privilege to terrorize the rest of us with their white concept of superiority, which translates itself into politics. We shall conclude there. Then thirdly, we need to decolonize and deconstruct the Messiah, the whole picture of Jesus. If you have a Jesus in your house, a white picture of a Jesus in your house, please burn it. That's a demon that is in your house. If you have a book that has a white picture of a white Jesus on it, please burn that book. Those are white demons. If you have a small little cross on your neck that is hanging with a white Jesus on it, a small little blue-eyed boy, burn it. That is a demon you are carrying in yourself. And we cannot as black people be calling on white demons to oppress us. and evoking them, calling these white spirits to come and have superiority over us. The true God of the Bible was not a white man. Madagascar is 100 and something, 200 kilometers away from Africa. It's part of Africa. Yet North Africa, which is Israel, is separated by the Suez Canal and is not part of Africa. And this canal was dug a few days ago. Are you okay in your head? We are on the same Platonic stone, Africa and Middle East. And God created a garden east of Eden. Therefore, Africa is Eden. We need to decolonize this Jesus story and throw away a white Jesus with his idols. I don't believe in a white movie star from Hollywood who is supposed to have come around and saved me from my sins. How can a white boy with blue eyes die for Africans when they cannot even share land with us? Show me one white man who has died for a black man. Show me one white man. 25 million people dead in the sea on their way to America for slavery. 15 million people dead in Congo. 25 plus 15, 40 million plus people dead, and all their blood means nothing except the blood of a white boy. If you are going to do theology, do it correctly. Do it correctly and give me an option. If I want to believe in a white Jesus, I'll believe in a white Jesus. If I want to believe in a black Jesus, I'll believe in a black Jesus. But if you want to be true to the biblical text, then be honest as theologians. And I'm embarrassed to be sitting here as a theologian together with some of my theological friends who have gone to school to study, and when we come out of school to study, we actually continue to promote the wrong theology and push it in front of our own people. We have become the colonizers ourselves, Uncle Toms, who are sitting on the conscience of our people, which is wrong. Which is wrong.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra London, which means Mazi Chinedu is logged off, but we must continue. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view, but remember, the topic of our submission today is about the legacy of submission, the legacy of slavery and colonialism. I have callers already standing by. I have a caller, the first caller, Mazi Joe Agafe. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. You are the first caller. Mazi, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Joe Agafe. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please go on, please go on. Now, Mazi, go on now. Your voice is coming out now. Yes, go on.
Okay. It's better like this?
Yes, go on, it's okay, go on.
Okay, good. Mazi, this topic for this evening is a knockout. It's a knockout because our people need to go back to know where we are coming from. The legacy of slavery, which happened in Africa, especially more to our Indigenous people, for over 300 years, is not something we should toy with. 300 years was used to turn Africans, especially people like us, into our mental, psychological mind. Everything was turned upside down.
Into morons. Zombies.
Yes, exactly. Into zombies. Exactly. You got it, Mazi. Just like the way Nigerians are now zombies in that zoo. Anywhere Bele face, that's where they go. Anywhere Bele face, they go. So, Mazi, I am going to help our people by giving them a definition of history. Now, history as an academic discipline which uses a narrative to describe, examine, question, and analyze past events and investigate their patterns of cause and effects. Historians debate the nature of history as an end in itself and its usefulness in giving perspective on the problems of life. Now, you got that right? Good. Now, another one from Greek classical Latin says, history is the investigation, inquiry, research, account, description, written account of past events or written records, writing of history, historical narrative, recorded knowledge of past events, story, narrative. Now, I want our people to understand, to know the 7 important things about history in this our quest for our Biafra. Number 1, to learn about your culture. Number 2, to learn about your identity. Number 3, history helps to build citizenship. History helps to build citizenship. Understanding human behavior. Warning signs of future events, learning about great leaders, and politics and history. They go hand in hand together. It's just like someone studying history and someone studying political science. Both of them are merged together. Mazi, you know, the colonial legacy of the legacy of slavery. You know, these Europeans, they are making Africans to understand that your history started from that era, from that epoch. So our people are psychologically caged in that epoch of slavery, or rather the history of Africa. They are making us to understand that we never had history until they came. Meanwhile, they understood quite well that the histories of these people is millions of years ahead of them. Look at what is happening in Egypt. Okay, Mazi, look at now. Our ancient Kemetic people, they built pyramids. They buried their kings inside that place. Now, after like about 2,000 years, these Arabs came with their Islam from Saudi Arabia. They killed all the blacks. Some people trekked down from there down to our places in West Africa. Now, the Arabs now took over everything. Now, is it possible for a person that buried his family member to go to that same grave to be excavating the person's body and be learning things from it? It's not possible. It's not possible. They are allowing Europeans, all of them are the same Caucasians. They are allowing the Europeans to help them to unravel the history of these people. Even the Arabs don't know the complete history of Kemet. The Europeans are coming from everywhere to excavate corpses of people that have died on thousands of years ago. They cannot allow such in Europe. Anybody that does that is going to prison. Even on any grave site, even any sign of Nazism or whatever, if they catch the person will go to jail. Our history is being eroded because our people don't know the importance of history. It is very sad that our people are not even willing to learn. Mazi, look at what is happening in our land. They stop the teaching of history because they know the importance of history. Our people don't even ask questions, but why did these people stop the teaching of history? Why? When I was small, when I was young, I read about the Civil War, 2 books that my dad bought them. And I started having this inquisitive mind. I started telling myself that I'm going to study history. I'm going to study history. One of my dad friends asked me, which university would you like to go? I said, Oxford University. Do I know anything then? No. I was saying it because of books that I've read. History of Europe, history of Africa. I was still very young, not even in the secondary school then. Until I got to secondary school, I studied more. I decided, okay, I want to learn more about this thing in the university, which has helped to shaping my understanding of this world diplomatically, historically, economically, and otherwise. Okay, look at Europe, Mazi. Look at Europe. Christian Europe is supporting Ukraine Europe. Christian Europe, Ukraine to fight Christian Russia. These are Caucasians, and whenever they are fighting this their war, they would like to involve other races so that they can turn into World War. That was what they did in World War I and World War II. It was their own war, not our own war, but they brought us into it. From there, they started Commonwealth. Our people will go to Commonwealth to go and run. They will win medal. They will be happy. Slaves. They will go to Olympic. They will win medals. They will be happy. Slaves. Mazi, Biko. We need to go further on this historical aspect for our people.
We must continue. I have callers. Let me pick this caller on direct line. The callers have been flooding in, even on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Please, callers, other callers, hold on, I'll come to you. Can you hear me, Mazi? Yeah, the platform is yours.
Nnamdi Kanu. Sir, I thank you for another day. I simply want to make a submission from your lecture today. I also want to thank our uncle who anchored the program with you as your guest too. So I sincerely overheard you talking about this slavery and colonial legacies. You see, I think this is as a result of the black monkeys who have decided to submit willingly, either by omission or by commission. When I use the word omission and commission, I think I have a situation few hours ago, like 48 hours or 72 hours ago, where I ventured into a plant. So while we are through with our conversation with regards to my daily hustle, so he asked me to sit down. I sit down. He began to ask me, are you born again? I said, I don't understand. I'm born before. I don't understand when you talk about born again, you know. So he was like, no. Being a natural man, knowing how to do good and being simple and all that, that is a good one. But just so you know, if I am baptized in the name of Father, Son, as a priest, so I don't deal with such a lifestyle. I'm not a religious person. I'm born into a family of Christendom, but I don't believe in all this if I'm born again, I need Christ, I need baptism and all that. I don't want it. So he kept on, going on. So I was forced to ask him, what do you want from me? He said, why he's saying this is that I need to submit off from this IPOB thing and focus with my life and all that. I said, what is my life without a religion? Thank God he said he wants me to be baptized. Don't you know that my religion is Biafra? He said, no. This is what he's talking about. But I should leave this issue of Biafra. The Kanu is, maybe he has a good purpose, but the way he's going about it, please, these are the things I don't like from you people. What do you want from me? He now ended up saying that, like him as an exemplary person, that you want to let me know that the most purified thing that God wants from us on earth is to be, to just walk, let me paraphrase his words. He said, just walk on the circumference of your influences, which primarily his family is his number one podium where he has his influence, the author of God where he commands the congregation, and also maybe people who work for him and the estate is chairman and all that. I say, okay, fine. Now that you have said this, you people taught us about the Israelites through Moses and all that. If Moses have centered himself to take care of his family and all that, not taking care of the congregation, also the ways of Israel, do you think there is another place such as the Solomon Well where you people will be traveling from here to go and worship? They say, no, I say, I'm not misunderstanding you. You that is misunderstanding yourself, sir. I don't like when you people insult yourself and say, Nnamdi Kanu is insulting you. Why would you tell me to leave Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra alone? What do you have for me? You don't have anything for me. You are here telling me rubbish. You show why I'm saying all these stories that these our people, they got the politicians. There was this lecture he lectured the other time. He said Buhari with Amici was on the plane and they were laughing at one boy video who was hawking granite or whatever, and they were like, do you know that these people they primarily use the politicians and the first slave idiot house slave that they have is the clergy. So these clergy, if you engage them, they want to let you know that the kingdom of God is personal. So that you should be coming to church. You should not avoid church and coming to the gathering of the brethren for your salvation and all that. So this is, I think it's high time Biafra comes, and let's stop all this rubbish in churches among residential areas. We should go to forest and open all these useless deception and all that. I don't have much. I just want to thank you for your good work. I appreciate you. I love you. Bye for now.
Mazi.
Bye for now.
We must continue. It is not something you do with annoyance or anything, but we must continue because something that was fostered through many centuries is not something that you have to just remove in one day or 1 year or 10 years. No, it will take time. I'm here with Mazi Ezekulie. Mazi Ezekulie, can you hear me, please? Welcome to the program.
Good evening.
There.
Fellow Biafran, good evening. Today is Saturday, the day we gathered to listen to religious program. Mazi, I wish this program should be uninterrupted. Because one, when you listen to that Yoruba man who says something, that Yoruba colonel who was saying something about the situation, the bombing, the kidnapping of the barrack in, Mogadishu barrack in Abuja. You see, when he was saying about the issue, how to deal with the situation, he talks about center of gravity. Each time I listen to that man, that center of gravity, the colleagues cannot understand. He continued mentioning center of gravity until at the time he was asked to explain. He now say the issue of religion. That means he has arrived to the main problem. Now, this freedom fighting we have embarked upon since 1967 did not start yesterday, not 2012 or whatever. Didn't start with the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It started from 1967 when we finally declare our sovereign nation as Biafra. Therefore, what religion the Europeans have done with us in Africa is unacceptable. Religion is the center of the gravity. The entire problem the Igbo man is having today, that Igbo man is stupid, like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu just say. I listened to one of his old programs where he said that Igbo man, in his natural stupidity, every other day I keep thinking about that issue. how this man come to conclusion that Igbo man is naturally stupid. We don't used to be stupid before until we throw away our way of life and embrace European religion, embrace European way of doing things, embrace all their culture, all their language, and every other thing. We become naturally, it changed our nature, not completely, and we become stupid. We are nobody. That is why we are being mocked all over. We are being insulted all over. Anybody can come and talk down on us and nothing will happen. Millions of people have been killed since 2015 to today, and all the Abaribes and his colleagues who can go to Senate and say is that because they were attacked and therefore become a national discourse, just because religion is involved. Last time, when the Vice President Shetima said that he has picked up one of the Christian Catholic man as his security advisor, it means a lot. And before you know it, there was a conference being organized in Rome, which he was invited. He attended it before he went to Russia. Don't you see what is playing out there? So the Western religion did not come to Igbo land to do us good. They had just come to destroy us completely. In fact, nearly they could have destroyed us if not for the coming of Nnamdi Kanu. And that is why they are all annoyed. They are all enraged. They are all against him. And they say, oh, where is the IPOB? Kill them, because they know our eyes are open. There is no way they can kill us. If they cannot kill us 1967 and 270, neither can they kill us now. It's impossible. In fact, the more they try, the more they themselves find it very difficult. In fact, the more they have it very hot on themselves. Mazi, this issue of religion is what is keeping us down. That is what is making us stupid. If we cannot liberate ourselves from Western religion, then you cannot talk of freedom fighting. You have to be free. First and foremost, you have to be free from this scam of the Europeans. If you are not free from that scam, you don't see a reason to say, this thing I have embraced, to abandon my natural way of life, the God-given way of life. Because when you read to Old Testament, where the children of Israel was coming out from Egypt to the promised land, and then in the desert, where Moses was asked to go to the mountain and collect the 10 Commandments to read to the children of Israel, specifically the children of Israel, and he said, thou shalt not have any other God except myself. That means there are other gods. Because God cannot just confine himself. That the creator of universe cannot just confine himself to a particular people. No, he cannot be a universal God if that is the case. Thou shalt not have another God except me. That means there are other gods. The God of India and that of China and that of Europe are not even the same thing, because he was not talking to the Europeans. Europeans went there and they conquered them, make life very difficult for the children of Israel, destroy their way of life, then create poverty, just like they are creating poverty in Nigeria today. They have successfully created poverty, make everybody to become stupid in going to a religion that has nothing to do with your soul or spirit. And they created a huge lot of poverty. Every day you go there and stand and begin to sing to a name you don't even know about. At the end of the day, people now become beggars. And that is exactly when that very particular Yahshua came to save his people from the hands of this same vampire, the Europeans, who brought this religion. And it was a reform, because they went to Israel and stole their secret document. The way and manner they communicate with their God. And they went take it to Europe and reformed it. And look at it. We can now use it to exploit other people. Here will they come. And we abandon our beautiful way of life. Look at us. Our daughters are no more being married. If you want to marry two wives or 3 wives, you say, no. I said, what a nonsense. Is that our way of life? So, Mazi, I encourage this particular program to reinforce it more and more, because that is where lies the entire problem. You cannot be a good freedom fighter if you have not freed yourself from scams of Europeans, because that thing they brought to us is completely scam. They were not godly. When you look at the symbol of Catholic religion, you will see the sun. Go to every altar. That thing they call blessed sacrament is a symbol of sun. They worship sun God. They worship sun God. They call it blessed sacrament. What is the meaning of that? So, Mazi, the greatest problem we have in Igbo land is not even about poverty. It is about the religion, because that same thing they did to the children of Israel is exactly the thing they are doing to Igbo today, specifically in Igbo in particular. Because we have our way of life and we have abandoned it and embraced the way of life of strange people who don't even, the religion they brought to us, they don't even know anything about it. They just go take it from Jerusalem, come to Europe, reform it, and then first and foremost fight a kind of, they call it a crusade war, to conquer the entire European country, to go under their own type of religion, and then now use this religion to empower them to go all over the world and begin to convert people to believe in one particular system of worship, which is not right. So, Mazi, I don't think I'll waste your time too much or waste the time of Biafra. But each time I'm speaking, I have millions of things in my brain to say, but for the time, I would not like to say so much. Then another thing I want to bring again is that, you see, the issue of witchcraft. Today is Saturday. The headquarters of the witchcraft is in, what do you call it? In Portugal. What do you call their capital?
Lisbon.
What do you call the capital of Portugal? Lisbon. Today is Saturday. All witchcraft all over the world are having meeting in Portugal. Today is Saturday. Quote me right. Witchcraft was invented by Portuguese. They use it. That is one of the powerful instruments they use. When they left, there was no more control. People begin to proliferate this witchcraft, and now they use it, even using it against them. They were giving it to people in the way of this thing you call Holy Communion, because that Holy Communion was invented by Europeans. I have said it time without number. Once you are inserted that thing in your mouth, automatically you are now converted. Spiritually, you have been captured. It's a way of converting you. It's a way of what do I call it? Initiating you. So it is weekly initiation. And so every other Saturday, people will fly all over the world to Lisbon to have their meeting. Witchcraft is in the capital of Lisbon. That is the capital of Portugal. Go and check all the riverine areas of Calabar, of what do you call it, of River Niger. All those people living in the whole riverine area of the whole world, where Portuguese set their foot, they gave them witchcraft, which they use in controlling them. I'm not telling you a story. I'm telling you what I practically know. I tell you what I know, exactly what I go and do your investigation. So there is so much to the Western religion than what we are seeing today. That is why anybody you see call Anthony, go and talk to him about freedom. You look at him, you are wasting your time, because he has been captured spiritually. He cannot do anything. You know how you talk before he can be able to listen to you, because he has been captured spiritually. So we have to deal on this area if we cannot achieve any other thing. But we achieved, look at what this guy is doing. Everybody is listening to him. Everybody, because he has been liberated and is now liberating other people. First and foremost, we have to liberate ourselves from this thing they brought to us. It is completely evil. I guess my voice, Mazi.
Thank you very much. When you speak wisdom. That is it. We must continue. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Welcome to the program. Caller on direct line. Are you there? Welcome to the program. You go on. Your voice is coming out. Go on.
Yes, Jonathan, there's the sheet. Oh, there's Jonathan. There's a veteran. This is our land. That is number one, there's Jonathan. We are not joking. Number two, there's Jonathan. You see our leader, there's Nnamdi. Unconditional release. There's Jonathan. We are not speaking grammar here. We are not. The sheet, this is our land. That way we do. You see this our leader, Judge Church. Now then tell what was and put at the table the whole day of the Kanu. Then, because if they get time, then we make sure that our leader contact now and we become free. What are they? We have our way of life. We are the ancient race. Who is supposed to have that? Then the watching. Then the ticket is our fancy. Here, while I do on an addict. I don't touch. Then you decide. Look what. Then they will bring our little hands. This is our organized. Then that is the next procedure. After that is Jewish. We will not be able to speak. Then they say that we not be pretend Christian. By the way, we like to be pretend against them. Give us their name. This is 2025. This is not 19 not Canadian thing. It's a sort of way, like that. Set up a day, one more joint. I can't play. Never going to come up with an idea. I got just going from the Japan and the 5,000 guys. I'm going to try to say, then I think I do to put together and think they get Deuteronomy chapter 21, Deuteronomy chapter 22. Then at the Deuteronomy chapter 23, the president concerning murder, concerning murder, or some the murder. That's the thing I said. That's how come that the cow, but I can't put a lie out of her. I don't know why I'm not like better straight up. In my team, you can, I can't do more car. I have to decide on that because I'm not going to go on. We got a side head and the car now, I'm not going to let me. Let's say I tell you, what we do, eh? What I'm saying, what about I can reach it, let's go to die. I like that.
Your destiny is finished. Mazi, welcome to the program. Thank you for holding on for 30 minutes almost. Can you hear me? Mazi, are you there? Caller on signal, I'm talking. Caller on signal. Call on WhatsApp. Hold on. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Mazi Akas, are you there? Mazi Akas, you have been here for 30 minutes. Mazi Akas, are you hearing me? No. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Please go on. Mazi, caller on WhatsApp. Go on, please.
Ndewo Mazi.
Ndewo.
I greet you. I greet my fellow comrade. IPOB worldwide. I greet you all. I greet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let me go straight to the point. Mazi, the topic of today about slavery, right?
Legacy of slavery and colonialism.
Mamma mia, Mazi, that slavery kill us finish. That is where our pain lies. Because As soon as they disorganized us, they disconnect us, bad things started happening. You know, some people don't know what they did. There is something happened to those spiritual leaders that made them to be doing what they did all the days. So, my brother, they spoil too much. They spoil too much. I don't know where to stand to comprehend, brother. I don't know where to start. But we must continue. We have come to possess our position, to make sure that we put things straight. Because injustice cannot win. Because justice is a living life. Before injustice that is supporting justice before come up to started, opposing justice. That is where everything started. So we must correct the mistake of these olden days to make sure that we know where our people, where all our people stay, where they are. We must know where they are, because Jamaica exists today is we. You understand me? They use immediately they slave us, they missionarize us. This is the problem. Islam started doing their own. The Christianity started doing their own. This is the problem of this. The problem of this planet Earth is the way this thing stands now, brother. I don't know how to put it. It's paining me if I reason, think more about this. Everything come down there. And that's why you see me. I am calling, my name is Mazi, Chinedu. Welcome to Nani. I work as a coordinator of Milano, Italy. Mazi, the slave trade spoiled a lot in our land, and that is where we are going back to make sure we correct that mistake. Because they disorganized our Ezan and they now created what they call warrant chiefs. All these warrant chiefs now, they are not doing the needful. What they do is to sell in the land. Tell me where you sell land. Is it not to build something there? Build something where your people will be going to be, reinforcing. If they enter there, they know, yes, they enter their building, And the thing follow us come outside here. If you come anywhere, we enter. No community is good. Everything we are devastated. Missionary now come and quote everything. Missionary now come and quote them. You see them now clapping hand, telling our people to be closing eyes, praying every day, every time. You look at where we stand today, that people will be sick. People will sick, somebody will wash stone and give to that person to drink. Someone will be sick that need to diagnose through hospital. They will be passing through church, and church to giving them oil and a sticker to be using to cure themselves. Look at how they reduce us to. Mazi, it must come to pass that we will force our people to do the needful. I must say the truth. We must force our people, because we want our people to follow instructions, so that if we say stop, they stop. If we say go, they move. You understand me? We must force our people. This is not the time of pampering anybody. We will not pamper anybody on this matter, because our people now wearing the cloth, thinking that is their right. It's their right to be doing that thing they are doing. They don't know that it's not their right to be doing it in our land. They don't know. They don't know. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I greet Mazi Mazi Kechuku. I greet you. Mazi Chinedu. I greet you. All the principal officer IPOB. We took them and grant you also our wish.
We must continue. Many calls are floating in, and we are slowly winding down towards the end of the program. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? No, the call is gone. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Mazi, can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you watching.
There. Go on. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. man may say me some for it. Let me start from where a point one of our brothers just said. I think it's the person that called today, Mazi. I said the last part, I think it's the person that understood me. He said he have seen where either Pastor Chris Economy killed, bring a life, a dead person to life, or he healed somebody when we asked about the religion. And I forgotten about to talk about this issue that I would have liked to know that person, if not arranged. Now, let me begin from this issue of religion, my brother. Let me tell one thing. In this IPO, policy of IPOB, also for what our leader have done, what he has instituted. That's our power, this radio, where we dismet information to the whole of the humanity. Believe me, whether you, even if those Nigerians are talking about, or Biafrans are talking about, are not hearing, there are African countries who are listening to us. Believe what I'm telling you. They are listening to us and they are picking something from what we are saying. You know, so there are people picking what we are saying here. That woman you play her voice here is Arikana. That's Miss Arikana, former USA African ambassador to USA.
Yes,
this lady,
I think it's from Zimbabwe. Yes.
She's even the one. Yeah, she even the person criticizing France of printing dollars to us, printing the CFA to some 17 countries in Africa. So now, this is our problem. But what I'm trying to say is that at the beginning of this program, you said that you don't know whether people understand that Mazi has said yes. If people, our own people doesn't take it serious, like yesterday, what I told you, that our people listen to what we say here as ordinary gossip and alternate talk or to be fun in the street, just to be make fun, without meditating on what we have said or make more research and to find out what we have said here, is it truth or that's the problem. You also play a voice of this Islamic cleric or who that man is. He said believe is something you don't know. You just deceive them, or they tell you didn't believe, you didn't even make clarification. It's not reality. You believe it. It's something you don't know. And that is what all of us met on ground. Those born from 70, 60, 50, 40, they were even at the age of Obina. Obi will tell you he's an elderly man. Now they will tell you he's an elderly man. But these people, they were born at the earlier 50 something. While the Britain has been in our land for the 18th century, they have been there, and they kill the elderly people who's supposed to treat them. And nobody will say that. People, I believe sometimes people say that our people, our fathers, or they don't write down history. If you read more, you will find that the Britain, where there is a documentation of our history and other things, and took all of them away. And they cut a lot of, as they took artifacts from the empire, this is how they cut away a lot of things that can detail what will happen, even how our people begin to do it in our own local language. Not even in a British language. Before they came to indoctrinate us, begin to teach us their language, with their own alphabetic order, which is not complete safe. So people does not know the history of this English language today. They are calling English. We are speaking it today, but it's well constructed. It's a constructed language. It's not original. But my Igbo language is original language. When I read that say Igbo language is language speaking of heaven, I don't have any doubt about that. Because the English language, if you go about, you see that they bring language from Africa from, it's called Anglo-Saxon. It's called Anglo-Saxon. So that's how they constructed the English language. And that's why you can get Old English, no English. Igbo will never get Old Igbo and they know Igbo. So this is the thing. The only thing they do is that when they create new things, they baptize it and give it name. People begin to follow up. That's my own understanding. So my dear brother, what I'm saying is that the preaching you are doing here and what if a contribution of information and what you are preaching here, there are people who are interested in it even more than our own people, and we should continue, because at the end of the day, it will also affect help us to build what we are doing. Because now you will see what is happening in Africa. Believe me, is a result of what we are saying here. A lot of things are happening. Even our first lady said it. He said this revolution coming in Africa, believe me, 90% is what they're hearing from here. If outside Nigeria, any African country that see an Igbo man, despite all odds, we see an Igbo man, they have respect for us because of our tenacity and our business way of doing things and the way we manage things. You know, whatever we manage personally, individual, we do it very well. So they have respect for us. So they like us and they listen to us. So this is radio also we do today. No African country seeking for the independence or any other have done what our leader have done under this radio. And all that is organized IPB all over the world. So that is the marvelous things about us as Igbo. But collectively to do things is well found difficult. But let me tell you, in what we are doing, in a due time, you see the result very clear. So our people should not dwell, or anybody. I hear some people, if you talk, they go back to where they are. He talked, they still go back to where they are. But when the majority overwhelmed the minority, you see everything will synchronize. So my point tonight is that don't discourage and continue what you are doing. Don't say that whether the people are not following, that there are people following. And I'm so as I'm picking things from what you are saying, I'm making my own research, and I go to the street and talk to people and ask them question. What our brother said now have not even come to my memory. That that blessed sacrament is a symbol of son, and that is a very clear term. I go now and download it now, and very true. I put it on my Facebook wall that this asks people to define the symbol of this, what it is in the real nature, and this is a symbol of son. And they have the here we know that the Catholic worship sun god, and they build the blessed sacrament. They put it that symbol of son. Is anybody to doubt it again? Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you. I don't want to continue just more time.
Thank you very much, my brother. We must continue. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, Mazi. Good evening, Mazi, from my location.
Welcome to the program.
My name is Mazi Jidofo. Thank you and I appreciate you especially for your time educating us via radio platform. And I also appreciate our brother Mazi Ekene. Every Saturday, whenever I listen to your program, I remember our sister Marianti Heda. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Mazi, I thank you once again. And concerning the topic you treated today, I listened carefully, and it's part of that decolonization of the mind, which is gradual process. What I want to contribute on this note is that all gradual process, the journey is far, but it's a continuous journey, because many of us today were not mentally tough concerning freedom of Biafra, but it's because of the consistency teaching of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on Radio Biafra. Today, a lot of us is now very well clear to us. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started and also preached about religion, but then he want to raise army that can also, the army that will also help him out as a voice, because the direction of our problem is religion. And today he has raised media warriors concerning Biafra restoration, and the same media warrior are expected to understand about this very religion that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu raised everyone for this very particular time. And I thank God that this is happening this very time. Religion has been the problem of our people, but you know, it is a decades mental slavery that many of us are finding very difficult to get themselves free of out of that. There was a day I just sat down, I was thinking about how these people demonize our ancestors, called what we have in our land as a Satan and devil. It now dawned on me that these people, they boycotted what we believe to make us hate what we have. And that dawned on me that this was the same thing they have done to devil. Because I wrote it then. Devil, everybody is calling Satan Satan. Satan has no one to express himself now because nobody knows. Hello. Okay. Devil, everybody is calling now. Nobody knows whether if the devil that they documented in the book of Revelation 12 verse 7, that is not European way of making that very devil not to have anybody where to express himself, as they double crossed to make African to hate Russia, which I myself I was also praying when I was into this religious quagmire in Catholic. Let us pray for Russia now. Now, because of they have foreseen what Russia can become and the help for Russia towards Africa, they want to demonize Russia before Africans. And many in Catholicism prayers, they map out Russia as people who know God. And we continue praying against Russia that doesn't know God. And now, many of us, if all of us can cool down and reason the move of Russia towards Africa, we know that they meant well for Africa, but because of them, they have demonized Russia already. But today, Africans are waking up. Now, religion on another aspect put our families in enmity. I can vividly say today that religion is the reason why majority of our women has no husband today. Religion increased, should I say, single ladies in our land today. Because when you will not, I could remember when I was small, I grew up with an elderly man. All of them, they are 4 in number, brothers. You can't come to that family and do anything. All of them marry 4 wives. Those 4 brothers, that is 4 times 4, 16, all of them. But today, you can marry second wife and the woman will begin to fight the other one. Religion were pretending to be a lovable religion, but it is most the hatred, as in the hatred in religion is more than what many people cannot imagine. Today, a lot of our women are everywhere roaming about looking for husband. But the same Bible told them that a time shall come when about 7 women will be under one man or even begging man just to answer their name. And this is where religion has pushed our women. And now women are looking for husband everywhere. They will continue, our own brothers will continue mounting pulpits, educating our people. Do not allow somebody to snatch your husband. I remember those days. If you come a family that marry 4, one man marry 4 wives, if you come in that family, you will never know that it's one man that is marrying these 4 people. But today, that can never happen in our land because of what religion has inflicted on our people. But it's a very difficult journey because our people casted their faith into religion. Christianity, religion to be precise, casted their faith. And what they are receiving is the bad aspect of that Christianity religion. Mazi, this very religion issue, how I wish that as our people rise up about Biafra agitation, many of our media, they can calm themselves down, think beyond that what they believe, take away that fear from their hearts and think beyond that their belief system. The Bible is documented in a way by our people, those that practice religion cannot reason beyond that Bible. There's no way any Christian religion fanatic can reason beyond what is in the Bible. And that is a very big challenge in our society, and that is where our problem lies. Mazi, I thank you so much.
Yeah, well.
And also this traditional, those fake traditional Biblias, we should also look into that direction. Maybe the next time, if I get opportunity, there's a contribution I want to make concerning those people doing prank and putting, as in those our brothers, if there is any way the leadership can regulate those people doing prank, especially those from our land. Many of them are causing a lot of damage in our land. If there's a way they can caution many of them, I will be much happy. Thank you, Mazi, for giving me this opportunity.
Mazi, thank you. You know, one thing is this: we are fighting to restore a nation where we will be in charge. We have not gotten a nation. All we can do is to be talking. You understand? That is the thing. Nigeria is a lawless society where nothing is regulated. It's only anarchy. That is it. But we must continue. Let me pick this call. Caller on signal. You will be the last caller. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. We have not gotten a nation. All we can do is to be talking. Please, can you off your listening device? Caller on. My goodness me. Caller on signal.
Nothing is regulated. It's only.
I don't think he's listening. Please, let me pick this caller to replace it as the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mazi, speak up now. If you are wearing earpiece, remove it because it's lowering, it's making your voice low.
No. Good evening, Mazi. Can you hear me?
The whole world is here. Know that you are not talking to only me. You are talking to the whole world, please. Therefore, when you call to the radio, please speak vibrantly. There we go on, please.
Okay. My name is Chukwuka Dibia from Biafra land. Mazi, my question, I want to ask a question.
Go on.
In this Bible, there was a video I watched on Twitter on Mazi Sanworu's war, where Mazi was talking about a man from Israel having property in somewhere in Italy, and where he was referring to our brothers in north and the west of in the northern region and in the western region, where he was saying what will happen to them. Mazi, I want to ask, in this Old Testament of the Bible, is that history narrated about the Israelites? Is it the actual fact about the Israelites, where they said the thing about them and the Egyptians? That is my question, man.
What particular? I don't understand. Them and the Egyptians on what? Is it?
About what really transpired between Israel and the Israelites. What really transpired? Is that history a true fact? Is it a fact?
Mazi, to my understanding, there are many things that are written there that have been found out to be historical facts, stories that are historic, that have historical backing, that have been found out. you see, during the time of David, the wars, the conquest of Israel to Persia to Babylon, there are many things that have been established to be historically correct and facts about the history. But there are many other things also that are yet to be verified or to be confirmed. You understand? So that is the thing. So people like this, for example, I watched one documentary where scientists are still trying to verify about the staff of Moses, the so-called staff of Moses. You know, there are many things that are under verification, but not yet verified, not yet confirmed. And there are other things that are also confirmed. You understand? Like the deportation of the Jews to Babylon by King Nebuchadnezzar. There are records of all these things that corresponds to what is written there. You understand? So, but there are many other things that has never been verified. That is it. But the issue is this: we should be also much interested in finding out our own history. That is the most important thing. We should be highly interested in trying to confirm what transpired, because you know, one thing we should understand: we are living geographically in a part of the world where, in the tropics where it rains a lot, many flooding, and all these things also used to destroy historical facts. It's not like in the desert. When you look at countries like for example the Middle East up to Egypt, these are desert regions, you know, that historical facts could be conserved. And another thing is this: in our land, the Europeans, when they came into our land, they did total cleanup. I don't know whether you understand what I mean. Clean up in the essence that anything that they saw as connected to our peoples, like this Nchibidi, our own way of writing. The Europeans discovered, they saw written texts in Igbo land, for your information, in Nchibidi, and they tried to decipher it. They found court cases, court settlements written in our language, in Nchibidi, our original language, and they were marveled when they came the first time in our land, whether in 16th century, very long time. They say no, they cannot believe that this type of people will have this type of advanced civilization. But all these things, they cannot teach it to our people. You cannot know until you enter into, you know, more research and secondary history. You understand? But you don't know it. They destroyed everything concerning our ancient civilization. They wiped everything clean. Do you see? Let us. Do you know that the Great Wall of China that is being preserved today, that could be seen from outer space? Do you know that the Benin Wall, the Great Wall of Benin, is more gigantic and sophisticated more than the Great Wall of China? Do you know that? But do you know that Britain, the Europeans, took their time to make sure that they destroy everything? They destroyed it. The reason is this: in order to showcase future generations that our ancestors were not avoid, that things started happening when the Europeans visitors started coming to our land, which is like, you know, it's a program. So that what is happening today about the demonizing of our ancestors, it is something highly planned and orchestrated by the Europeans. They destroyed the Great Wall of Benin Empire. They destroyed our writing system of language, Nchibidi. And now they started teaching us European alphabets, which we are speaking today. Even ABC, ABC, the Igbo language. They made sure to wipe anything concerning us away. So that we grew up and see that, now we didn't have history. Our history started from the coming of the Europeans. They destroyed the pyramid that were built by our people. Inudi, ancient pyramid. All these are crimes against humanity the Europeans committed in our land. But the people are not talking about it. They destroyed many things that, when you look at it, something you cannot even give value. Very, very. They destroyed our lives, in short. And they made us to be also, we don't know where we are again. When you talk about ancestors, people say, do they do anything? I beg, our ancestors, do they do anything? They are next to nothing. This is what the Europeans wanted and they achieved it. What we are doing now is just to bring back our brain so that to enter into more research. Instead of researching what happened in Jerusalem, why not we continue researching? Whether what is written in the Bible is a fact or leave it for them. It is their thing. Let them research it. But why not we focus our own research, our researches, to things that concerns us in our locality, which they have destroyed. I know it's not easy, but it is not impossible. Mazi, please go on and conclude. I don't know whether I answer your question.
Yeah, Mazi, another one is this book that the Israelite, the Jewish use called Torah, the Torah. Does it have the same content with the Bible?
Honestly speaking, I understand what you mean. That is I'm not a theologian, but the little I know about this, there are many things they changed. You understand? There are things they added, there are things they removed, and there are things they changed. When religion become organized and it enters into the hand of government, you know that it will be corrupted. That is for sure. That is for sure. That is why when you look at the two most international religions today, Christianity and Islam, it is no more as before. It is now used for political purposes. You understand? Because people fought. They fought. Once you colonize people, impose your religion on them. Know that it is no more for spirituality. It is for conquest. And once it is for conquest, it is for another thing. You understand me? So all these things, there are many things that are the people we call the Israelis today. They have their text, they know their Torah, they know everything. They don't even I have seen where they were interviewed in the streets of Israel, Tel Aviv, about Christianity. Ordinary Jewish, they hate Christianity with all their might. They say they can never enter into church to worship. They say, because the interviewer asked them, can you enter into church to pray or a mosque? They even love Islam more than Christianity. For your information, that is truth. Because they say Islam really relates to them more than Christianity. Christianity is a total, for them, I'm quoting them, they say it's idol worshipping, and they are banned from entering into any church. And when they also study, when you study history, you understand how Christianity treated the Jews in Europe, it is horrible. You know, the people, they study history. It's not like us. It's not like us. We embrace our killers and we adore them and we defend them. But these people, they study history. They understand how Christian Europe treated them as Jewish, up to the extent of the Second World War, when they were being slaughtered in mass. You know, but before that time, for centuries and millennium past, they have been suffering different types of persecution and genocide in the hands of Christian Europe. And when also you study history, the Jews, they enjoyed a time of peace and tranquility in the Muslim rule of Europe. When they conquered the Iberian Peninsula, the Jews, they were living quite happily, more than when the Europeans took over. You understand? The Christian Europeans. So there are many things, but what we should concentrate ourselves is to discuss our own thing and to research on our own, to know who we are, to know how we come, to know our spirituality. That should be the most important research topics for us. In there, Mazi. Thank you very much. This is where I'm going to end of today's program. Please, what we are saying here is, we are not trying to castigate things, but we should talk something that concerns us. If we are talking about something that concerns us, the way it affects us, people should never misunderstand it. This religion has become a source of pain, this foreign religion in our land. Christianity on one side, Islam on the other side. But as I said before, in the case of Christianity in our land, I'm telling you honestly, they made sure that they disarmed us. They made us more gullible. They made us more stupid. Not to fight back. It's affecting our lives today. That is why we are always looking for peace. Peace, peace, peace. How dare you look for peace with people that are warmongers? You become the victim of the peace. I've preached here several times that you shouldn't allow peace at all costs. Peace shouldn't reign at all costs, because it could be at your cost. You understand me? That is the thing. But the religion has made us to focus on prayers, focus on everything spiritual, creating on imaginary enemies. An average Christian is praying all enemy. Everything is my enemies, my enemies. So you see that our land, they made our land unlivable. Everybody is suspecting everybody, because that is what their pastors tell them. That is what their reverend fathers tell them. Instead of living in harmony, they divide families, division, so that the religion will be prospering. So that before you tell your husband something, any secret you have in the house, you explain immediately. Before you even tell your husband or your wife, you go and tell your daddy Gio. So that is it. That is what we are talking about. We need to go back to who we are. We need to mellow down in these foreign religions that are being used to torment us as a people, because their motive in Christianizing us, it is not right motive. Their motive is to subjugate us. Their motive is to make sure that we are subjugated and enslaved. That is it. That is the truth about it. But you think it's just the same way, the same way pastors are scamming innocent people, innocent congregation or congregants, people that use their mind thinking that they are going to serve God in the church, but they don't know that the pastor, that the GO has ulterior motive He is making money. For them, they are serving, for the congregants, the innocent people that are going there with all their might, all their hearts. They are, for them, they are serving God. That is why their pastor can scam them using their innocence. It's the same way we believe, our people, we believe and accept the religion, with all our might, not knowing that the Europeans, they came with another alternative, or motive, not knowing that they have another thing in mind in order to control us. The same way the Fulani is trying to bring Islam in our land. Do they like us? Is it because out of love? Come on. Everything is because out of interest, for them to be able to control us, to put us under subjugation. That is the thing. So we should be wise and make wise decisions. That is the reality. So please, whatever you hear here, please try to think about it. Make researches, because when you make researches, you are asking questions in order to know the truth. When you know the truth, it is that time that the truth shall set you free. You can hear the truth without making use of it, without knowing it, and the truth that hearing it simply cannot set you free until you know it. That is why we challenge people hearing to go and make your researches. Today, everything is at the tip of your finger. You have your smartphone. You have the whole world in your hand. Only if you know. So you can make researches and find out things by yourself. We need to change our mentality, or bring back our mentality, so that we can be able to restore a sanitized nation. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. Biafra is our identity. If you have any other religion more than Biafra, know that you have not started. What I spoke about, the China, Japan, we are able to control their people to be loyal to the government, to themselves first, because religion comes later. Your first religion should be your government. That is one smart thing the Europeans found out, and that is why they are progressing. Their first religion is their government. That is why you don't joke with them with their government. No, you don't joke with them, because it concerns all of them. That is why any slightest thing, all of them will come out to protest, even if it matter, even if they don't mind the destroying things, in order to put the government in the right path. You understand? Because they know that government is the God they are seeing. Why you are going praying, calling God, you never see. They are putting right their government. That is the best thing they have done to themselves, and that is why they are progressing. Why can't we do the same thing? We should be loyal to our government first, and our government is Biafra. That is Biafra restoration. Because in Nigeria there is no government. When you go to the north, they are more brainwashed with Islam than Islam made them more gullible and stupid. The only where you see them rise up is whenever anything that concerns Islam. Otherwise, they are turned into dummies. Whereas the Arabs that brought the Islam to them, they are progressing because it's their culture. So why not we go back to our culture so that we can progress? Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. From here, it is simply good evening.